Morning, Judge.
Morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning.
Morning, my lady.
Where is the witness?
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning,
Yes,
my lady.
Neliso.
Yes, Judge, I'll start calling out the matter on the record.
Yes, please do that.
Today is the 18th of January 2022. We are presiding over the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to go into cases. Okay. Ms. Jacobus, you are reminded that
Yes.
you are still under oath.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Mr. Pina, I think it's the turn for Mr. Human. So, Dr. Silibanu, can we hear what you have intended to do today?
May it please the court, my lady. I've completed my questioning of Mr.
No,
Coates.
I know. That is
My
why.
colleague.
Yes, I'm talking about. I'm talking to the representatives of Dr. Silibani. There was a Mr. Human, and I see Mr. Van Heerden. I don't know whether I just want them to indicate to us as to what their intentions are regarding this witness.
We have no intention of cross-examining the witness. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Mrs. Govender?
I'm ready to commence my cross-examination.
Yes, you may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Jacobus.
Good morning, Counsel.
I'm counsel for Ms. Matlangu, the former MEC of the Department of Health, Gauteng.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jacobus, I'd like to start with just getting a better understanding of your testimony yesterday. From your testimony, I understood that the biggest issue on your version, which led to shortcomings on the Life Esidimeni termination project, was a lack of adequate time. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you saying that from your perspective, the main cause to the MHCUs as against your role was as a lack of time?
I cannot say the cause of the deaths of the MECUs was because of, but what my version yesterday was that the implementation and cessation of the whole project, what the time wasn't enough. There wasn't enough time to conclude that.
I see, I understand. Let's go to your statement, H1 at page 103.
Page
1503.
If I may ask Ms. Kekana to remove herself, just switch off your camera, Ms. Kekana. Ms. Kekana, is there someone assisting you just to switch off? Thank you very much. Page 1503, the first statement, ne? Is
That's
it?
correct, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, I'd like you to read paragraph 4 and just acquaint yourself with paragraph 4, as I will be asking you some questions concerning that paragraph. Take your time, ma'am.
Thanks, Counsel. You can move up, please.
Are you still reading paragraph 4, Ms. Jacobus?
My lady.
Are you done reading the paragraph?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, can you continue, Ms. Govender?
Thank you, my lady. Now, the very last sentence of paragraph 4, you say, I do not know what role MEC, member of Executive Committee, Ms. Tedani Matlangu, and Dr. Selabano were playing, as we only engaged with Dr. Manamela. Do you see that?
Yes, my counsel.
Now, concerning Ms. Matlangu, do I have it correct in my understanding that you had little to no engagement with her in the course of the execution of the termination project?
I had no contact or involvement with Ms. Matlangu during the project, except we were called to one meeting. It was almost near the end of the project, where I can't remember the full detail of the meeting. And after the meeting, Ms. Matlangu wanted to visit two NGOs, the one of what is that one's name? Precious Angels. And we went to Precious Angels and to Sierman NGO in Hammanskraal. And that was my only engagement and contact with Mrs. Matlangu.
I see. Yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, you also mentioned her intervention with two NGOs, if I'm not mistaken, Sia Badinga and Anchor House, concerning a kitchen. Is that the same meeting or a different one?
No, there wasn't a meeting. With my observation that what I've observed with the Sia Badinga administration and handling of patients, I was worried. So I discussed that with Dr. Manamela and says that she should really come and assist me because there wasn't any communication between us and they wouldn't allow me within the facility or to engage with them. And as I've said, Dr. Manamela, after an hour, came back to me and says they will visit, they will come and support me the following morning. Then they'll come for a meeting. And on that, the following morning, Dr. Manamela, Mrs. Matlangu, and quite a number of senior chief directors came to Cullinan Care and Training Center, to the NGOs, to Sia Badinga and Anchor House, where a walkabout took place. There was a short meeting, a walkabout took place, because I alluded what my concerns was in
yes,
the fact how...
Ms. Jacobus, we have got that evidence on record. What council wants to know, she wants to know your involvement with Mrs. Matlangu.
Oh, it was those
As you explain those details, did you have any engagement or involvement with her on that particular day when she was at CCRC?
My lady, not directly, because they were in a group, and Dr. Manela spearheaded and Dr. Mfanyani spearheaded the group, and we were just accompanying them.
Okay, thank you.
I see. Thank you, my lady. Now, insofar as Anchor House
just before you proceed, I just want to remind the witness that you have already explained those details. Where counsel would want you to give details, she will do so. Just listen to the question attentively, answer it as it is questioned, please.
Yes, my lady.
Thank you. Continue.
As the court pleases. Now, concerning CCRC and Ms. Matlangu's intervention, Ms. Matlangu will testify that the reason she intervened is because Anchor House and Sia Badinga were encountering difficulties in sharing the kitchen and the cold storage facility. Do you dispute this?
No, I agree with that. I agree, counsel.
And the reason that she intervened was to try and resolve this because CCRC is one of the facilities that had been refurbished by the Department of Health already. Do you dispute this?
No, I agree with that, Council.
So it was not.
Just go slow, Council. As your colleagues are also taking notes and the court is also taking notes. Continue.
Apologies. Now, the dispute between Sia Badinga and Anchor House was not because the facilities were inadequate, since the facilities had just been refurbished, but it was more a matter of them working together and sharing the existing facilities. Do you dispute this?
No, Council, I don't dispute that.
All right. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you also mentioned a family visit at Waverley where the MEC was present. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And concerning this visit, you mentioned some uncertainty regarding the timeline for the termination project. Do I understand you correctly?
I don't agree with that, Council, because there were no timelines and timeframes. It was an informative meeting that Mrs. Matlangu addressed the family members to explain the closure of Life Esidimeni.
I see. The timeline that I'm referring to is not specific to what was discussed at the family meeting, but were you clear on the timelines concerning the termination project?
Only at the later stage, Council, but not at that stage during the information meetings. And when we started off, we were informed about the termination timelines at the later stage in our personal directorate meetings.
And at what stage was this?
If I recall correctly, it was in 2016, just after when I completed the identification of the NGO's readiness.
And who informed you?
Dr. Manamela. It was in a meeting.
Dr. Manamela and who?
Only Dr. Manamela, my lady.
Just a second. Yes, continue.
If I understand you correctly, what you are saying is that you were only informed of the timelines concerning the termination project by Dr. Manamela at some point in 2016. Do I understand you correctly?
Yes, Council.
Now, Ms. Jacobus, there was a very defined timeline concerning the termination project. And I'm going to give you that timeline and I'm going to allow you an opportunity to comment. There was a letter of termination sent to Life Esidimeni during September of 2015. And it had a 6-month notice period. So initially, the Life Esidimeni project was to terminate at the end of March 2016. However, there was an extension of 3 months. And the termination date was then moved to the end of June 2016. Are you aware of this?
Council, not of the letter. As I've explained, Dr. Manela informed us in a meeting that there will be the closure of Life Esidimeni. And during the course of 2014, 2015, early 2015, we were doing informal visits, and as my statement states, so that we can determine how are we going to upscale services and open up services in terms of preparation for Life Esidimeni closure. But no definite timelines was put forward, according to my recollection, to us at that stage.
And whose responsibility was it to provide the defined timelines to you?
I would say Dr. Manamela, because she was our immediate supervisor.
I see. Now, this takes me back to where we started, the timing or the alleged shortage of time concerning the implementation of the project. Now, if you look at the timeline that I've provided you, September 2015 to the extended period of June 2016, that is a period, and you're welcome to count it, that is a period of 9 months. Do you dispute that?
I cannot dispute that, but I did not have any knowledge about that letter, Council.
Yes, no, I accept it. I've heard you. I accept it. But now I'm just talking strictly on the timelines, and I accept that you were not informed, but that of course falls beyond the MEC or the former MEC's knowledge. I'm just talking now strictly on the timelines. From September 2015 to June 2016, that's a period of 9 months. Do you dispute that?
No, I don't dispute. It's a period of 9 months.
Yes.
Okay. And even if we, with the indulgence, we take the indulgence of the December, January holidays into account, even though one would expect department officials to be working at full throttle, even if we deduct a month, that leaves us with a period of 8 months. Do you agree?
From December up to June.
No, from September 2015 until June 2016, even if we deduct a month to cater for the December, January holidays, from the 9-month period, we are left with 8 months. Do you agree?
I agree with the 8-month period.
Now, yesterday, if I understood your testimony, you said that the duration to issue licenses to NGOs is around 3 to 6 months, but there are certain instances where it may take longer. And you provided an example of one of the NGOs that took a very long time to be issued with a license during your tenure prior to the project. Do you agree?
Yes, Council.
So if the norm or the standard time period to issue these licenses takes between 3 to 6 months, then a period of 8 months was more than adequate. Do you dispute that?
Yes, I dispute that, Council, because in terms of identification, as I've said, it depends what is at hand and what the findings are. And in terms of executing these tasks by the district and the district teams and involvement, whatever the findings were of other team members, it can take longer.
Yes, so I think I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, do you agree that the norm that you've testified about, the period, is 3 to 6 months? But there might be an occasion where it's longer than that. But the norm, the standard is 3 to 6 months.
Yes, I've said the standard could be, not is, it could be 3 to 6 months, provided that everything is at place at a particular NGO.
I see. I'd like you to go to page 28364, please.
Two, 8, 3, 6, 4.
Mm.
2, 8, 3, 6, 4.
That's correct.
Mm.
2, 8, 3, 6, 4. 2, 8. 2, 8.
3.
2, 8. The 3 must be a, no, 2, 8, not the 3 in front. 2, 8, 3, 6, 4.
See.
Yes.
Are you there, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You recall that you testified at the arbitration before the former Deputy Chief Justice, Mosaneke. Do you recall that?
Yes, I see it in front of me, ma'am.
Yes, but do you recall that you testified there?
Yes, I agree.
Now, this is the transcript from the arbitration. And what we are looking at now is some of your testimony at the arbitration given on 18 January 2018. I'd like you to go towards the bottom of the page and you'll see from about line 14, an Advocate Patrick Nguchana addresses you. Do you see that?
Line 14, 15, there's 10 and then 15.
Yes, 14 is just above 15.
Okay.
Where you see the name Advocate Patrick Ngutsana.
Yes, I see it now, my lady.
Yes.
I'm going to read it to you and then I'm going to put my question to you just in the interest of time, and you're welcome to follow with me as I read. So Advocate Patrick Ngutsana says the following. Thank you. In relation to that particular issue of the issuance of the license and the process you had explained, is it correct that the duration will take around not less than 6 months? Then on the next page, page 28365, Ms. Hannah Jacobus, if I can just clarification, the duration to finalize or finalizing to open up. And then again, Advocate Patrick Ngutsana, a license to issue the license from pre-inspection. Then Ms. Hannah Jacobus, it could be 3 months, 6 months. It depends on the result of the audit. And it can take even longer than 6 months, up to a year, 2 years to finalize opening up an NGO. So that's where I'm getting it, that it could be between 3 to 6 months, but sometimes it could take even longer. Do you stand by your testimony at the arbitration?
Yes, yes, Counsel.
Okay. But this must all be seen in context. And I'd like you to now go to page 1504 of your statement, specifically paragraph 5. You can take your time to read paragraph 5. Please let me know when you're done.
There is some noise in the background. I don't know who it is. Okay, it's quiet now.
You can move it. Yeah, you can. I'm done, Counsel.
Thank you. So not only was there at least a defined period of 8 months for the termination project to be rolled out, while I accept that you may not have been informed timeously, but also if you look at line 3, you were forewarned about the potential closure of Life Esidimeni as early as July to August 2013, as per your statement. Do you dispute that?
No, Counsel.
So in other words, capacity could have been built from as early as then with the NGOs, not so?
Can I explain, Counsel?
Yes, please do.
As I've said and stated, we were informed about the closure of Life Esidimeni, but no definite time frame was given. And as I've stated in previous testimonies in the arbitration and here, I've said that we have started working since then, during 2014, and 2015 to evaluate our existing NGOs and looking at the new ones that was put forward or possible new ones.
Thank you. So if I understand you, you were building capacity during 2014.
Not building capacity, identifying, council.
I see.
Identification took place.
I see.
Identifying?
In identifying new places and existing places and the status of our existing places.
Okay.
I see. I'd like to now turn to the issue of auditing and licensing of NGOs. That fell,
Yes,
that fell within your function, as I understand it, within your role, correct?
yes, Council.
Now, yesterday you testified that in the ordinary course, so I understood it to be outside the termination project, you would collate an application for license with all the supporting documents, and you would submit that to Dr. Manamela for her final approval, but such approval would be in discussion with you. So in other words, you'd collate the documents, you'd put it together, and there would still be a level of engagement between you and Dr. Manamela before she finally approved a license. Is that correct?
Yes, Council. It's correct, Council.
Did it ever occur that you collated supporting documents, for example, in favor of granting a license? You discussed and engaged with Dr. Manamela in favor of granting a license, and she disagreed with you and didn't grant a license?
No, Council.
So if I understand correctly, she accepted your advice. And she
Not my advice, Council. Dr. Manamela, with all the supporting documents, will look into the documents, will go on to the recommendations from district and the final recommendation from the directorate from my side. And then she will agree or disagree.
I see.
But normally it will be granted, whatever my recommendation with rectifications, or if there's nothing that needed to be added, it will then be accepted.
Yes. All right. And you also testified that at a particular stage, Mr. Tabani started to communicate directly with Dr. Manamela concerning the available beds, and your communication with her was limited. Do you recall that?
Yes, Council.
What wasn't clear is at what stage your communication was limited. Could you clarify?
In terms of after identification of a particular place, Mr. Tabani will inform Dr. Manamela about our findings and the number of bed space availability.
When I say at what stage, I'm meaning at what point in time. So if you became aware around, let's say, January 2016, while I accept that you haven't given us a specific date, at what stage would you say you had limited communication with Dr. Manamela?
I had no communication with Dr. Manamela, Council. I was supposed to give everything over to Mr. Tabane, and he will then inform Dr. Manamela about our findings with immediate effect after each visit of all the NGOs that we visited.
I see. So if I understand you, from January to June 2016, are you saying that you had no communication with Dr. Manamela concerning available beds or at facilities, or no communication with Dr. Manamela whatsoever?
Yeah, no communication, Council. I only saw Dr. Manamela when we concluded the last visit of the NGO, and we all went back to the office in an office meeting.
I see. Now, concerning your role in the termination project, which related to auditing and your role in the issuance of licenses, I'm not saying that you issued the licenses. We understand the process that it's Dr. Manamela who issued licenses on your version. But concerning your role, the role that you played in the auditing and the issuance of licenses, do you believe that you carried out your duties diligently?
No, Council, I didn't carry out my duties diligently.
How so?
Because the instruction that was given, that was that I need to do the visits and oversee the readiness of NGOs. And I've communicated this to Dr. Manamela whilst we were in a meeting, and then she says it was unusual circumstances, and because of time, we need to escalate the process. I need to start with immediate effect and finalize the process.
I see. Now, Ms. Matlangu will testify that she only became aware that there were shortcomings on the termination project after MHCU started to pass away. So she was not aware that you were not carrying out your duties diligently. Do you dispute that?
I cannot
Just
dispute
hold
that.
it there, please. Yes, you may proceed. What is the response?
The response, my lady, I cannot dispute what Council has just asked me now, because I wasn't attending any meetings and senior meetings. So I did not know what the communication of the meeting procedures were or the feedback from our level to senior management.
While the judge is writing, just for you to find the place, I'd like to take you to page 28361.
28361.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Jacobus, I'm going to read from pages 28361 to 28364 out loud for you. Please follow with me, and then I'm going to put my questions for you. I'm just going to read it in the interest of time out loud. So at the top of page, this is again your testimony at the arbitration before the former DCJ Mosaneke. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, how would you know how many beds there would be and how many people will be covered by the licenses? Ms. Henna Jacobus, on the budget letter, there's a space for licensing. How many this facility would be licensed for, and then there's indistinct. To that, there would be subsidized number of people. If a facilities has 10 people, it will state license for 10 and subsidized for 10 or subsidized 8. It depends what the circumstances are. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke. So you know when you compile the licenses that the details were not correct. Ms. Henna Jacobus, the details on the budget letter was correct, but the evidence, I didn't sit with any evidence too, because normally you would cross-refer what's the budget letter and then take your audit reports and all accompanying documentation to confirm the license. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, Did you know that each one of those facilities were not audited? Ms. Hena Jacobus, yes, counsel. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, do you know that it was contrary to the law? Ms. Hena Jacobus, yes, counsel. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and did you know that people would be sent there once you had recommended that the licenses be issued? Ms. Hena Jacobus, yes, Justice. And did you know that these would be vulnerable who would come from, for instance, Life Esidimeni? Ms. Hena Jacobus, yes, Justice. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and you went ahead. Ms. Hena Jacobus, I was instructed to went ahead, Justice. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, who instructed you? Ms. Hena Jacobus, Dr. Manamela. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and she knew, did she? Ms. Hena Jacobus, yes. Now, I'd just like to stop there. If I understand this exchange properly, well, firstly, do you stand by your testimony given at the arbitration?
Yes, counsel.
And if I understood this exchange, you agreed that the licenses as prepared by you were not factually accurate because these facilities had not been audited. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree, counsel, but can I explain? It wasn't
Just hold
formally
it there.
audited.
Just hold it there. Yes, you may proceed to respond.
Yes, counsel, it wasn't formally audited, but according to instruction, I had to do a quick inspection to determine the readiness. And that is why I've asked for engineers to accompany me so that I don't take the only approval from my side, from my observation.
And does that approach align with the procedures that you would ordinarily follow in such instances?
No, counsel.
So corners were cut, if I could summarize. Do you agree?
Corners were not cut, it wasn't followed. Nothing, the corners were not followed.
I see. I'd like to continue from page 28363, and I'll also be reading 28364 to you, and then I will ask further questions. At the top of page 28363, Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and why did you go ahead? Ms. Hena Jacobus, I was instructed by Dr. Manamela, who said it's an instruction and we have to carry it out due to the closure of life. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and if you didn't carry out the instructions, what would happen to you? Ms. Hena Jacobus, we've raised concerns, not just me as a team, we've discussed it. And she just said it's an instruction. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, now I'm asking you, after 30 years in the department, I'm asking you, you are a very senior official there. Why didn't you say to her, this is unlawful and it's going to cause possible death of people and I won't do it? Ms. Hena Jacobus, I've raised my concerns with Dr. Manamela. I've done that. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, no, listen to the question. Why didn't you refuse to do it? Ms. Hena Jacobus, at first I did refuse. I've discussed and she says there's no other way we can do this. With the result at the end, I was sort of taken out of a major task of this project, direct involvement. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, but why did you sign unlawful false licenses under the Act? Look at the document. Its purpose to be a license issued under the law of our country. Can you see that? Ms. Hena Jacobus, yes, Justice. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and you falsely, fraudulently, knowingly caused the license to be issued. Ms. Hena Jacobus, Justice, I didn't issue the license. I've compiled the license and handed over a soft copy to Dr. Manamela. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, No, but you caused it to be issued. You completed the details and the rest and gave it to her, right? Ms. Hannah Jacobus, it was an instruction, Justice. I didn't have much of an option. And I'll leave it there. And you're most welcome to go back to pages 28363 and 28364 at any time if you want me to stop. I'm now going to ask you a few questions. Firstly,
Yes,
do you stand by your testimony given at the arbitration in this respect?
yes, Counsel, I do.
And you stand by the shortcomings that you admitted to in this passage during the arbitration?
Yes, Counsel.
Now, why didn't you escalate it? And I'm going to go to a particular portion of your statement in a moment, where at a stage you did escalate concerns. But what I'd like to understand from you is, on the one hand, you say you are not communicating with Dr. Manamela. On the other hand, you're saying these were instructions from her. The timeline is still a little bit sketchy for me. Could you clarify?
If I understand correctly, Counsel, your question was the timeline during the identification and reporting back after visits to Dr. Manamela. Yes, that I will still stand by. I did not communicate to Dr. Manamela. I was given the, as a group, Mr. Tubane reported back to Dr. Manamela. And prior to that, while these discussions were happening, we as a team, I did voice my concerns to Dr. Manamela. We as a team voiced that. We even had Dr. Manamela's supervisor, Dr. I can't come by her name now, where she has set up a special meeting where we have discussed this at the directorate herself and Dr. Manamela to voice our concerns. But Dr. Manamela still said we should continue and it will go ahead. Dr. Manamela and Dr. Singh had a meeting the following day, but we don't know what the outcome of that meeting was afterwards. And that was prior to the finalization and implementation where we had all these discussions.
Let me take you to paragraph 18 of your statement. I think that's what you are referring to at page 1509. And in this paragraph, you refer to a meeting with Dr. Mazamisa.
There's a name, yes.
So, Ms. Jacobus, take your time, read paragraph 18, and then I'll continue my questioning.
Paragraph 18.
Yes, page 1509.
Yes, Counsel.
If I understand what happened here, at a particular point in time, you did voice your concerns to who at that stage was Dr. Manamela's senior, and that's Dr. Amisa, correct?
Yes, Counsel. Yes.
And then you heard nothing back, and that's the correct approach. If you don't believe that someone is doing the right thing and they aren't listening to you, you go to their senior, which is what you did at that stage, correct?
Yes, Counsel.
But then you heard nothing back from Dr. Mazamisa, correct?
Yes, Counsel.
And you didn't take it any further, correct?
According to my knowledge, remember Dr. Manamela's our immediate supervisor. We approached her senior and they said they discuss all these things at senior level. And Dr. Manamela will come back to us, inform us about findings from senior level, what needs to be taken forward and how we should continue, etc. And that is why, with my concern to Dr. Mazamisa, not just to have a meeting with her, but to practically point out to her What I mean when I says it takes time to open up an NGO, and I took it to two different types of NGOs. One that was very good, but there was still some challenges, and the other one which was a poorer NGO that need a lot of rectification, so that she can have a picture in her mind why the objection.
Yes, and then let's just stick with the theme that we're dealing with. Dr. Mazamisa left and she resigned, correct?
I believe later on she didn't resign. She went on pension. She took early pension.
Okay, so
and
what
I thought, because when I inquired from her office, then they said she resigned.
I see. So for whatever reason,
Sister Mavis Sukaimo.
Who's that? Can you please
Yes.
respect the proceedings? Mute yourself, please. We are busy with the proceedings. We don't want to be disrupted. Let's continue.
as the court pleases. So the point being, Dr. Mazamisa left, correct?
Yes, Council.
And you never heard anything back concerning your complaints?
As I'm stating, Council, I went back to Dr. Mazamisa's office informally on my own to determine what was the outcome and what was the discussions. Then I've been informed that Dr. Mazamisa left, and one of the admin people said she resigned. And that is where then there was nobody in the office.
I see. So then we are in agreement. Now, I'd like to take you to page 28371. That's 28371. This is another exchange between yourself and Justice Mosaneke. I'm going to read a little bit of it to you, and then I'm going to ask you questions. At the top of 28371, because the normal process wasn't followed, Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, but what did you fear would happen if the law was not followed? Ms. Henna Jacobus, what I would have feared was we don't know the situation these NGOs was in, and especially the new ones that needed to be opened. And remember, prior to this process of the licensing, we've already started doing some surveillance on these NGOs for expansion, new ones that needed to be opened. And Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, what did you think would happen if the NGOs did not satisfy the requirements of the law? What would happen to the patients? Ms. Henna Jacobus, that I cannot emanate justice. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, no, but when you said you're unhappy, you don't want this to happen, why didn't you want it to happen? Ms. Henna Jacobus, Justice, if you don't follow the proper procedure, it also influences financial issues. So these NGOs may, or the next page 28372, may not have or may not receive any support from the department without documentation. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and if they don't receive support, what impact would that have on the patients? Ms. Henna Jacobus, a lot of impact. The services, caring for them in terms of food, etc. There's a lot of things. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, and they might die, right? Ms. Henna Jacobus, we didn't anticipate or think about their justice, but there's a possibility. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, you just carried on and signed. Ms. Henna Jacobus, that extreme measures been. Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke, licenses which unlawful, who should create obvious risk to patients. Never thought they might die. Ms. Henna Jacobus, Justice, if one thinks back in terms of support you would render to these NGOs, no extreme incidences like this has happened in the past, so you don't even anticipate that it would happen. And we were thought of our input in supporting these people, and everything would go well. Now, if and then obviously there's 28373, but the train of discussion or questioning between you and the then justice at this stage was, he was asking you whether you anticipated that by not following the proper procedures, people might die. And your response to that was that there's always a possibility, but you didn't anticipate that. Is that correct? And you stand by that?
Yes, according to my observation and knowledge.
I see. Now, in hindsight, you not performing your tasks diligently, and you're being instrumental to the issuance of licenses that shouldn't have been issued, contributed to a great degree to the demise of the MHCUs. Do you dispute that?
Yes, Council.
And why do you dispute it?
I disputed on the fact that me issuing the license, as I've said, it was done unstructurally, yes, but because of the instruction, and I did not issue the license to the districts as normally the normal procedure, and with the implementation, what we've given through to Dr. Manamela, according to my knowledge, what we, after a visit, gave through to Dr. Manamela wasn't implemented. The number of beds that was identified for NGOs, and that created more problems.
I see. Now, the MEC played no role insofar as the issuance of licenses. Do you agree?
I cannot dispute that because I have no knowledge what happens at senior level council.
But in terms of the process, there's no place for her in the process, not so?
I cannot dispute that or agree, council. According to my knowledge, the immediate person that receives everything, all the compilation, all the documentation, and the formation of the license goes to Dr. Manamela, and she takes it up further. And to my knowledge and what I think, that should be escalated to higher level, and I don't know who's involved in or who is being appointed at higher level to deal with that, to finalize the process.
I see. So you have no knowledge in essence?
No, council.
Okay. Now, the MEC will testify that she played no role in this regard, and that these issues were not brought to her attention by Dr. Manamela. Can you dispute this?
Council, I cannot dispute, I cannot agree. I don't know what happened beyond Dr. Manamela.
Yes.
That's
And
what we did. Continue.
And it stands to reason that Dr. Manamela could not have brought or would not have brought these shortcomings and the unlawful issuance of licenses to the NGOs to the MEC's attention, because she would be admitting to gross misconduct. Can you dispute this?
Council, again, I cannot dispute that. I cannot agree. I don't know what happened and what's the procedure beyond Dr. Manamela's activities from our office.
Just a second, my lead, Advocate Siber.
Mr. Siber, just a second for me, please.
Thank you, my lead.
Yes, Mr. Sibera.
Sorry to interpose, my learned colleague. The supposition or the question which my learned colleague is putting I don't know whether is it a version from the MEC or where does she get this information from Dr. Manamela. She put across a version that it would have been impossible or unlikely for Dr. Manamela to convey this information because she would be admitting to a misconduct to the MEC.
Gross negligence.
Yes, gross negligence. Thank you. Where does my colleague get that information? If we can be clear that, my lady.
Yes, thank you, colleague. When I started my questioning, I obviously put Miss Matlangu's version that she will come and testify about. And then further to that, I was putting the proposition to the witness that if Dr. Manamela were to have admitted these gross shortcomings, insofar as the issuance of licenses, she would have been admitting to gross misconduct. And then the witness responded that she has no knowledge. But I'm certainly not putting.
This is just a presupposition that you are just putting to the witness, Mr.
Yes.
Sibara.
Yeah,
Just before we proceed, there is someone here. If I can ask you just to remove your camera, just switch off your camera. I think somebody is in training.
It's Advocate Utamo.
Oh, okay. Mr. Udam.
Yes, please, the court, my lady.
Please, can you just switch off your camera? I don't see anything happening here, and I can't recognize the person. Continue, Ms.
As the court pleases, my lady. Monsieur Corbus, if we
Yes, counsel.
and I noted your answer, you have no knowledge, and I accept that.
I see it's 2 minutes before 11, but I'm going to allow you to continue. If you can just give me 5 minutes. I saw Ms. Kekana is present today. I just wanted to deal with her issue thereafter, but let's continue now. I just didn't want to disrupt you. Continue.
My lady, I still have a fair amount of questions.
No, it's fine. We can continue. Let's continue until the tea break, and then I'll deal with the issue just when we return from the tea break. It's fine. I don't want to interrupt you. Continue.
As the court pleases. If we could go back to your statement, page 1504, paragraph 6. Monsieur Corbus, if you could read paragraph 6, take your time and please let me know when you are done.
Just go up a bit. Yes, counsel.
Just a second, please. Yes, Ms. Matlangu. Ms. Govender.
As the court pleases, my lady. The first 3 lines of paragraph 6 concerning the NGOs that were already housing MHCUs, Ms. Matlangu will testify, and she agrees with you that even prior to the termination project, MHCUs were being housed and cared for by certain NGOs. Do you dispute that?
No, I agree.
I'd like to now go to line 17 of the same paragraph. It starts with, I have noticed that a lot of information that appeared on the licenses was not the same as what Frans and I gave through to Dr. Manamela's office. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Line 17.
Yes, my lady.
Just read the sentence again.
It starts with, I have noticed that a lot of information.
I got it, yes.
Yes. Now, Ms. Jacobus, you'll recall that yesterday and earlier today you confirmed. You said that Mr. Tabani, so Frans is Frans Tabani, correct?
Yes, Council.
Let her finish the statement before you respond, yes.
And yesterday and earlier today you said that it was Mr. Tabani who was solely responsible for providing information to Dr. Manamela. This sentence in your statement appears to be at odds with that. Do you care to comment?
Yes, Council.
Can we hear your comment?
My comment was that the number that we've identified at the NGOs were less than the numbers that was of mental health care users that was placed at the NGOs. And that is why I'm referring to that.
Can you just rephrase? I'm not sure whether she answered your question, Ms. Mahlang, Govender.
Yes, my lady. Ms. Jacobus.
What I meant was, after identification of the number of spaces needed for a particular NGO, we will give the numbers through and Mr. Tabane will inform Dr. Manamela. But when I visited or was contacted by the NGO, I would see more patients being placed at particular NGOs and not the number that we've said should be accommodated.
Yes, we'll get there. I'm talking now specifically to who provided information to Dr. Manamela. Do you agree that your statement records that both you and Mr. Tabani provided information to Dr. Manamela as per your statement?
Council, I was present within this and identifying. I had to give the information over to Mr. Tabane and he will inform Dr. Manamela about our findings of the space availability.
What do you mean in the statement where you say you have noticed that a lot of information that appeared on the licenses was not the same as what Frans and I, referring to yourself, gave through to Dr. Manamela's office?
Can I maybe cite an example, my lady?
No, just maybe explain this sentence.
Okay. What I meant there was the number of bed spaces given over to Dr. Manamela would differ. And at some instances, the addresses that we visited was not the address where the patients would have been placed. It was totally different.
We hear that. I'm sorry to interject. We hear that. But the question is, this statement, what does it say to us as to who provided the information? When you answer this question, just bear in mind what you have testified today in relation to the fact that Mr. Frans Tabani was solely responsible for providing information to Dr. Manamela. And now here you are saying the information provided by yourself and Mr. Frans Tabani, right?
Yes, my lady.
You notice that it was not the same as the one that it was not the same as the one that you provided to Dr. Manamela.
I don't know how to put this again, my lady. As I've said, the number of bed identifications given over to Dr. Manamela, and at times even the addresses would not be the same what we visited and gave over to Dr. Manamela.
Okay.
That is the information I'm talking about.
I don't know. Okay.
My lady, my lady, I think we're not going to, it appears that we're not going to get to the bottom.
Maybe Ms. Pinar will assist us. Mr. Pinar will help us here. Continue.
Yes. Now, let's go to the point that you've been raising a number of times now, that the information was different to that that you and Mr. Tabane provided to Dr. Manamela. Who do you say changed the information?
I have no knowledge, Council. I had no contact or discussions with the office or with Dr. Manamela. It will come to my notice on visitation.
I see. So all that you can attest to is that you and Dr. Tabane, Mr. Tabane provided the information through to Dr. Manamela, but somehow when the licenses were issued, there were different numbers of people actually housed at the facilities as compared to what the licenses permitted. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes, it would be more than what we've initially identified.
I see. Now, let's go back to the shortcomings on the audit process and the licensing process. You would agree that you never escalated these issues to the MEC, the former MEC, Ms. Matlangu. Do you agree?
Council, I agree. I never had contact with the MEC in any communication whatsoever.
I'd like to take you to page 28723. That's 28723. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to just read this page and the next page to you. This was your cross-examination at the arbitration by Ms. Lily Kraus. And then
yes,
our questions. Thank you. Ms. Lily Kraus, I'm quite sure, ma'am, that you would have said, whose plan is this because it cannot work? Ms. Henna Jacobus, we did ask. Ms. Lily Kraus, now I want an answer to that. Ms. Henna Jacobus, she said senior management. Ms. Lily Kraus, and you left it there. Ms. Henna Jacobus, and then she said that at a stage the MEC has taken a decision and it must be implemented. Ms. Lily Kraus, so now you are saying it is the MEC that took the decision. Arbitrator Justice Masaneke, who is the MEC? Who is that? Ms. Henna Jacobus, Ms. Matlangu. Ms. Lily Kraus, so why did it take so long after a day and a quarter of evidence to say that? Ms. Henna Jacobus, sorry, I apologize, counsel. Ms. Lily Kraus, sorry. Ms. Henna Jacobus, I apologize. Ms. Lily Kraus, you see that is Arbitrator Justice Masaneke, please. And then the next page, page 28724, Ms. Lily Kraus, surely you would have sent a message to the MEC and say, it cannot work. Ms. Henna Jacobus, we have done in several meetings. Lily Kraus, you told the MEC to her face, this cannot work. Ms. Henna Jacobus, no, I was not. I did not attend MEC meetings. We have done it through our meetings forum. Dr. Manamela was attending senior management meetings. Ms. Lily Kraus, you told Dr. Manamela to tell the MEC. Ms. Henna Jacobus, yes. Ms. Lily Kraus, did you write a letter to the MEC? Ms. Henna Jacobus, no. Ms. Lily Kraus, did you write a letter to anybody? Ms. Henna Jacobus, no, counsel. Ms. Lily Kraus, did you contact the press? Ms. Henna Jacobus, no, counsel. And so on it goes. In hindsight, would you have done it differently? Would you have escalated it?
In hindsight, that's a question to ask counsel because I have experience after the life Esidimeni process and I've escalated certain things right up to the ombudsman again and it wasn't profitable, positive, or I was disappointed in what reactions I received. So in hindsight, I don't know at this stage, I don't know what to say.
In hindsight, had you escalated it to the MEC, it could very well have made a difference.
Not council, not me in person, but remember there's structures and forums and all that's in place within the department. And we have raised and we have asked, and our immediate supervisor, Dr. Namela, was responsible to escalate everything we say. It was taken up in meeting minutes, and I assume these things were carried right through to our concerns.
But that again is just an assumption, correct?
An assumption in what way, Council? I'm not with you.
You say you assume that it was carried through to the top, but you can't be sure, correct? It's an assumption.
Yes, because remember, you sit in a meeting, you know things would be escalated up, and you cannot guarantee that the process happened as expected.
Yes. My lady, just a moment. I'd just like to find a page number. I'm almost at the end. If a ladyship will just indulge me just one moment. I'd like to now take you to page 28771. Are you there, ma'am?
28771. 1 minute. Yes, Council.
Now, this is specific to the issue of what you could have done, and to put it quite bluntly, what you didn't do. If we go to the bottom, I'm going to read to you, and I'll ask you questions and give you an opportunity. Now, this is specifically what you say towards the end of the arbitration proceedings. So it's from line 15. Ms. Hena Jacobus, thank you, Justice. From the time of the announcement or the clarity that the project will continue, and then on a daily basis, there was a lot of reflection in terms of unavailability to do the correct thing. The unavailability of me as the accountable and responsible person to be also part and parcel of the final decision, implementation of this project, and merely keeping some instructions of where to go and how to do and what to execute for that matter. I have walked out, for instance, 3 times out of a meeting, and then I was caught at the lift and gone back. I have shed many tears with the implementation of first referrals of patients that went to these NGOs, and one realized the circumstances. Remember, when you do in the magnitude of patients, you can't down devolve patients of that magnitude to any place, whether it's a hospital or whatever. It is very cumbersome, and it is expressing for that patients that I think that should be needs to adapt. And the other circumstances was family members that have to run around looking for patients. I don't know where the patients are. I feel really terrible for my actions and non-actions for that responsibility. It is only now that the onwards discussions that I realized that we could have gone further beyond the MEC and the Premier and took other steps. And I just like to pause there. But the reality is that you didn't go to the MEC or the Premier, correct?
I did not go in person, Council, but our communication platform, things were supposed to be escalated up. So I have no answer or recollection of what happened beyond that. And we assume things were discussed at senior level. And my recollection of senior level is everybody above Dr. Namela upwards.
Yes, now
That is what we've been told.
Yes, no, I accept it. I'm not talking about the protocol. I'm saying you personally, you specifically, you didn't breach the protocol. You specifically didn't go to the MEC. Leave protocol aside. It's just a factual question. Did you or did you not go?
To the MEC, no, Council.
All right, now I'll continue reading. Just way back when we had a problem and we went, but this is some time back, to human rights, for example, and then they said it's a departmental thing and we must handle. So coming with those past experiences, we thought our seniors must listen to us and support us because it is a trust and working relationship. And I really regret the non-action of not doing more, what I have done, and escalate the concerns to other areas. I really apologize to the families for what happened, and if they can forgive me for partaking in this project, because when we realized what was going on, there wasn't enough time to speak to families properly or communicate to families. And on it goes to page 28773, and from about line 10 on page 28773, the pain and sadness of the families, I wish to ask again for forgiveness and forgive again and do more than what I have done to stop the project from my side. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you stand by all of these sentiments?
Yes, Council.
And then at the end of the page, you continue around page 28774, right at the bottom. There's a paragraph 20, just above that it starts with Arbitrator Justice Mosaneke. And this is what Justice Mosaneke said to you. You have done much to confess to what you did, and I think you must take that with you. It is important to see that happened, and I don't think you should throw yourself into nowhere. But once you are done, I think you should chin up. The pain is hanging around all of us, but you are okay, tell me, so that we can release you from the witness box. I can thank you for coming, and your words are very important. I hope you are supported and your family members will be with you. Thank you for your candor, and that's how your testimony concludes. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
Now, in conclusion, many colleagues will question you after I'm done. And if I understand you, you have no knowledge of the actions of the MEC, and you have no knowledge of when and when she became aware of the shortcomings beyond the version I've put to you, which you can neither confirm nor deny. Correct?
Yes.
And when other colleagues put certain propositions to you concerning the MEC, then I trust that you won't have any knowledge in that regard either. Correct?
Yes, Council.
Thank you, my lady. That concludes my questioning of this witness.
Thank you. This is 11:20. The witness is warned. This is the opportune time for us to take a tea break. We will resume at 11:35.
As the court pleases.
We have reconstituted. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Before I go to the witness, I saw Miss Beauty Kekana. Where are you, Mrs. Kekana?
Here, my lady. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't see you. I don't see your face.
Camera.
If you can show your face, please.
Camera. Can you see me? Hello?
No, you are not visible. Where is, there was somebody who was assisting you.
It was the IT
Where is he?
camera. Okay. Hello? Can you see me?
Yeah, but I can see, I can't see you properly, but I can see there is a face of someone.
Can you see me now?
Okay. Okay. Good morning, ma'am, and how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. And you, my lady?
Yes, I'm fine. I see that your counsel has withdrawn.
Yes.
Yes. So what are your intentions?
My intentions are to continue with the proceedings.
But you can't continue on your own?
It is because
there are other options. I don't know whether that was based on financial issues. Yes, because there is the pro bono desk at the Legal Practice Council. There is also the Legal Aid Board. Those are the other options that you can consider, and you can even consider also getting representatives on your own.
I will try the legal pro bono, but
these are two different things. Yeah, there is the Legal Aid Board, and there is the pro bono desk of the Legal Practice Council.
Okay, I'll try.
Please liaise with the evidence leader if where they can give assistance. They could, as a matter of agency, because the proceedings are proceeding.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. But in the meantime, attend the proceedings and be present so that you can familiarize yourself with what is happening.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. All right, you can just switch off your camera. Ms. Govender has finished with her cross-examination of Ms. Jacobus. Who is next? Is that?
Thank you, my lady. I believe that I will be next.
Okay. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, if I may introduce myself, I'm Harry van Bergen. I act for Life Esidimeni in these proceedings. Ms. Jacobus, having listened to your evidence over the past day and a half, it seems to me that the inescapable conclusion that one arrives at is that the transfer process of mental health care users from Life Esidimeni institutions to various NGOs was derailed because of a failure on the part of the Gauteng Department of Health to have ensured the establishment of functioning, competent NGOs prior to any mental health care user being transferred. Would you agree with that?
I agree not fully, Council.
What is the response?
I do not agree fully, Council.
In what respect do you differ from what I've put?
In terms of identification of these NGOs, as I've stated, we've started way beyond 2014, 2015. And we had quite a number of NGOs, and most of them that was not even considered. And when the transfer processes started, the NGOs that was identified was, according to our knowledge, ready, though there were still some minor things that needed to be done, but they were ready. In terms of the down referral from Life Esidimeni to NGOs, and that is where the process differ, and hence the terminology that I hear that the NGOs wasn't ready.
Are you disputing that the NGOs, well, let me rephrase that. I think a distinction must be made. There appear to have been some NGOs which had already been in existence and had been properly licensed, which received mental health care users from Life Esidimeni facilities without any adverse consequences. You would agree with that?
Yes, Council.
And then there are NGOs that were not properly licensed, but to whom mental health care users were transferred and where there were adverse events. You would agree with that?
I don't agree, Council. If I may explain, my lady.
Yes, you may.
In terms of the identification of the NGOs that were supposed to receive patients from Life Esidimeni, and hence I've said earlier on, the identification of the NGOs were done, the new ones I'm talking now about. They were done, and the numbers that they could receive was given through. They were licensed for that particular number and address. But when the process was implemented and the actual transfers were done, there were distinctions that wasn't in place the way I was aware of the information that we forwarded to Dr. Manamela.
Ms. Jacobus, it seems that it's a matter of not perspective, but of terminology. What I put to you was that the process was derailed because of a failure to have ensured the establishment of functioning and competent NGOs prior to the transfer of any mental health care user. Now, you would agree with me that...
I agree. Yes, Council.
You would agree with me that the NGOs, as they were, and as they had been licensed, were not functioning and competent to have received the mental health care users that they had in fact received.
May I answer, Council?
Yes, please do.
The finalization of NGOs that was given through, the number of bed spaces was satisfactory. The staffing of these NGOs was satisfactory. In terms of linen, in terms of food, was satisfactory. The derailing of the process was with the implementation of the project that wasn't followed according to the numbers stipulated.
So what you are saying is that the correct numbers that you and Mr. Tubani had identified were those that the establishments had been licensed for?
Yes, Council.
Are you therefore saying that there was in fact no difference in the licensing of these establishments, having regard to the process that was followed, and that it would have been no different had the actual normal process been followed.
Yes, Council.
So what you are saying, if I understand you correctly, is that despite the normal process had not been followed, no adverse consequences flowed from that fact and the subsequent licensing of the establishments, but that the adverse consequences resulted purely because excess patient numbers had been transferred to establishments that were unable to absorb those numbers.
Yes, Council.
Right. Well, let's go back a bit and investigate this process. You say in paragraph 5, and I would like you to read it, that is Exhibit H1 on page 1504. Paragraph 5, and perhaps I should first give you the opportunity to read that paragraph.
Page
1504 of Exhibit H1.
Yes, Council.
Now, you say, and I'm referring to line 3, you say around July to August 2013, Dr. Manamela informed us that Life Esidimeni will probably be closing down. We asked her how that is possible, as we did not have step-down facilities. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
As I understand that, and as I have understood your evidence in this regard, is that at the time of the annunciation to you and your colleagues that Life Esidimeni would be closed down, there were not sufficient available NGOs to absorb the anticipated patient numbers.
Yes, Council.
And that was known to the department.
Yes, Council.
You then testified in your evidence yesterday, and I believe you repeated it today, that after the announcement by Dr. Manamela in July or August 2013 that it was planned to close down the Life Esidimeni facilities, you evaluated existing NGOs and possible new NGOs in 2014 and 2015. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, Council.
Did you in that process identify new NGOs which could be which would have been suitable to receive mental health care users?
Yes, a few of them, Council.
When you say a few, can you perhaps indicate how many?
Not exactly, but if I can maybe go back, that is for the new ones. It was Huitsimodimo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Rebafeni houses, Anani, Popolong Sierman. Those were the ones that was possible already, because as we've done that at that stage, it was still informal visits to determine the existence and all these NGOs.
Right. Now, it's not clear from me, to me, from the names and the numbers that you've given, how many were identified at that stage?
Yeah, now I must think back.
I got the impression that you were looking at a specific document.
Yeah, it's just a rough copy that I'm looking at. Two, three. Four. 6. At that stage, it was approximately 6 new ones with the existing ones. Besides the existing ones, but the existing ones, patient total numbers were very limited.
Yes. Ms. Jacobus, of those 6 that were identified, how many were ultimately involved in receiving mental health care users during the marathon project?
Of the new ones?
Of those 6 that you referred to?
All 6 were utilized.
Were all 6 utilized, thank you. Yes. Now, with those 6 and the limited numbers in existing NGOs, did that provide sufficient bed space for the number of anticipated users that were to be transferred?
No, Council, because after my initial report that I gave to Dr. Manamela, stating that we cannot use all and we need to have more time to come up with that process, and we can only finalize, we should at least have about 3 years to really see that everything is in place. And then she says we have to go back to the other new ones, revisit them, and then come up with a plan to see how we can get them ready.
Ms. Jacobus, you made an interesting statement. You said it would take 3 years to get ready.
That was according my report that I gave.
Yes. How did you get to the period of 3 years? Why did you believe it would take 3 years to reach the requisite number?
According to my experience and what the NGOs are and all the work that entails into it, that gave me a sort of, and with also some of the existing ones that we have to strengthen, and that you take into account the management, your boards, your training, and all that to get everything ready.
3 years.
Sorry, somebody interjected there.
Yes, this thing keeps on coming. It really disrupts these proceedings.
Thank you, my lady.
I think all of you, please mute your mics so that we don't know where this comes from. Please.
Ms. Jacobus, just to understand what your evidence was now, you said from your experience, taking into account all the work that had to be done, it would take 3 years. Did the number of staff available in the Mental Health Directorate play a role in getting to the 3-year period?
The number of staff, how it works, I'm responsible and accountable for NGOs. And then I work with all the districts, which before, when I started off at the central office, I've implemented a sort of strategy that we need to have single out mental health coordinators in each district that can assist with the program. And they will then in turn have their staff to assist them. And at that stage, not all the districts had mental health coordinators. There was only about 2, and the others, and remember, this is a process where you have to set meetings up with the director, chief director, discuss the whole process so that they can avail money to appoint these mental health coordinators.
Ms.
And
Jacobus,
hence my assumption of the 3 years, if you take everything into cognizance, besides the NGOs, besides the work that needs to be done there, also to get the staffing in place from the health side.
thank you. Ms. Jacobus, my apologies that I interrupted you, but it seems to me that it's important that we revisit the normal process that was followed in the licensing of NGOs. It was dealt with yesterday while your evidence was led by your counsel, Mr. Pinar SC, but I believe it, well, let me speak for myself, there were aspects that I could not quite follow, and I would like us to take a step-by-step walk through the licensing process. If you could speak slowly, Ms. Jacobus, we all take notes, and also that something doesn't get missed. So if we can start off, let's assume that in 2015, I had approached you and said I wanted to register and license an NGO to care for mental health care users. Take me step by step through the process that I would have had to follow. What is the first thing I should have done?
The first step is that the applicee should apply at the district health office to open up an NGO.
Right, so apply at district
office.
And the district, well, that would apply to any district in the Gauteng area?
Yes, Council, all the districts.
What would be the next step?
The next step would be where the NGO coordinator would go out with the application, inform the person that applies, and go and visit the place to get more information with a shortened pre-inspection report. Or form, not report, form.
Right. Now, if I could perhaps interrupt at this stage, I would have had to have a facility already. Not so. I would not have been able to apply without having a facility that I considered suitable for the use.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, Council.
So in the absence of a facility, an application would not be considered.
Yes, Council.
Thank you. Now, the district coordinator would then go and visit the facility with the pre-inspection form. What would be the next step?
And taking all that into consideration, the coordinator will then compile a report on her or his findings and go back to the district office and discuss it with her immediate supervisor. That will also then escalate it to the director in that district for approval.
Right, let's take it step by step. The coordinator would compile a report on the findings. That report would be taken to the immediate supervisor and be discussed. And I assume if found suitable, would then be escalated higher up.
Now, before if found suitable, the coordinator will then set up a team meeting where the broader mental health team will go back to the NGO, where each member, and that is the team will comprise out of your example, your OT, your environmental health officer, your physio, the etc. All of them will go back, and if what was found on a pre-inspection, and she has some queries about the quality of what she has seen, she will then co-op a quality manager or co-op a infection manager. They will go back and each one will then re-look at the facility and come up with a report on their own.
Right, Ms. Jacobus, that's quite a lot of information. Let's just break it down into bite-sized pieces. You said a team meeting would be set up, and then the broader team would go to the facility. And you said that would involve the coordinator, not so?
Yes.
You said a physio.
Yes.
Who else?
The occupational therapist.
Yes. Who else?
Environmental health officer.
Yeah. Anyone
A
else?
social worker.
Yes.
And also then co-opted members as the need be. That would be your infection control manager, your quality manager, or whatever the findings was. And then if there needs to be an immediate assessment of the clients on the premises, they would either send the patient to the nearest clinic to be evaluated or arrange with the clinic so that a doctor can come out to the specific area to look at all the clients, and that goes also for the psychiatrist if available. So it will take some time to compile and to finalize that process.
Can I just make sure that I understand you correctly? The involvement of a psychiatrist or a medical practitioner to come out to assess, is that to assess the facility?
No, to assess the clients on the premises.
When you refer to clients, do you refer to mental health care users?
Remember, at that stage, it's a new application. There are people on the premises that the applyee has maybe, and at that stage we cannot say it's mental health care users or it's normal people, because at times after evaluation, the findings would be, let's say there's 5 people or 10 people, 5 would be mental health care users, others would be more socially dependent, others would be homeless people, etc. So they will evaluate all that and see what do they have at hand.
Right. So this is only in instances where there are already, let's call them patients at the facility.
Yes, yes.
Now, in the case of the new NGOs in the Marathon Project, we know that there weren't existing patients at those NGOs. So we can discount that aspect. Right, so let's go back. The broader team would go to the facility and various disciplines, physiotherapists, etc., would go with. And would each of them have to prepare a report on the visit to the facility?
Yes, they have their own inspection form, and they, if need be, if more information is needed, they will also attach a broader report to their specific form.
Right. Now, once that had been done, what is the next step?
As a team, after the completion of that visit on the premises, the team members will give feedback to the person who applied to be opened as a mental health facility.
To the applicant?
Yes, to the applicant.
Yes.
And then after that, the mental health coordinator will collate all information, all reports, all forms, and then with a recommendation from the team, goes back to the district office and discuss it with those senior people, immediate or whoever is being allocated to assist her.
Right. Now, let's assume that the report is favorable and that the senior to whom the report is given agrees with the recommendations made, that that everything is in order. What is the next step?
The next step would then be where the application, the recommendations and the reports of the team would go to the chief director within the district and signed off by that particular chief director. And thereafter, it will come to central office where I will receive all the information.
Right. And before we start addressing your involvement, let's just go back a bit. This whole well, let me first ask this question. Are there sufficient staff numbers in the district offices to give immediate attention to applications of this nature, or are the proceedings hamstrung by lack of staff numbers?
No, there is sufficient staff, Council, and there's a team or two teams within each sub-district that will be supported. All what the time factor will then means where the coordinator have to contact the team. There's a team manager for this rehab team. So she will contact the team, the sub-district manager, explain the process, why she needs the team and the time frame. If she feels it needs to be done with immediate effect, they will determine on a specific time. But if there's no problems, it's a normal process, they will then come up with a date and the team will then go out. But there is staff available.
Right.
In all the districts.
Thank you. Now, I assume there's sufficient staff available to handle a single application at a time, or perhaps 2 or 3 applications at a time. If one looks at what happened in the Marathon project, most of the NGOs were in the Tshwane district, not so?
Yes, Council.
Can you recall, I must confess I can't recall offhand, can you recall how many new ones were licensed in the Tshwane area?
Let me just, can I take some time?
Yes, certainly.
If I can recall back, there were 7 new ones and 1, 2, 3, and 3 existing ones. 7, 8. There were 8 new ones and 7 existing ones.
And did the existing ones have to have amendments to their licensing conditions?
Yes, amendments, Council, and inspection.
Yes.
Because the existing ones in a normal process has to apply for amendment to their existing license.
So we are looking at 15 establishments that involve both new applications and amendments to the existing licenses.
Yes, Council.
The staff in the Tshwane district office have been able to manage 15 applications at the same time or within a short space of time.
No, Council.
Does that play a part in why you estimated that it would take 3 years for the necessary licensing process to be completed?
No, Council.
Not.
No.
Can you explain what period of time do you anticipate it would have taken to go through the normal process with 15 applications in Tshwane district?
The 3-year period that I've mentioned earlier on, Council, was not just particular to Tshwane district. That was my observation for the whole Gauteng province. That would be needed to put, as I've said earlier on, all staffing at health facilities in place. And remember what that your even clinic services have to be upscaled to accommodate influx of new NGOs that would be opened. So that 3-year period will also be entailing the clinic services, the opening up and opening or extension of existing NGOs. In terms of these new NGOs that was opened, it was not accommodated or supported by district personnel.
No, we're aware of that, Ms. Jacobus. That was part of the problem, is that it did not go through the district. But my question to you is, let's look at the situation if the process had been followed by the book. And if all those applications, whether for new NGOs or for amendments to existing NGOs, had gone through the Tshwane district alone, does that affect the estimate of 3 years?
No, Council, maybe I'm not clear enough. My 3-year period that I've mentioned in my statement was when I started at the central office, and there were, Dr. Mela asked that new NGOs needed to be opened up. I said I needed that time because we have to also look at existing NGOs within the province, new NGOs, and because of that, it's time consuming to escalate or process all this. At least I should have that period of time to be certain and sure that yes, we can do, or we can start with a definite say things will be in place.
Ms. Jacobus, I may not be following you completely. So the 3-year period, if I understand what you said now, excludes any time that may have been involved if the district officers been had to deal with the new applications.
Council, my lady, maybe I'm not explicit enough. The 3-year period that I mentioned within my statement was not based on life Esidimeni closure or down referral of mental health care users from life to district level. My 3-year period was a generalized time frame and period on my findings on all the NGOs, possible new ones that needs to open, to get all staffing from health side in place to be certain that we can now continue. I don't know whether it's clear enough.
I must confess
that my 3-year period wasn't based on life Esidimeni or all the activities around that or prior to that.
Now, right, now let's just to make sure that we're not talking past one another.
Yeah, but it doesn't come clear in any event. Maybe you can try to rephrase it some other way. But
I'll do so, my lady, because it's not clear to me at this stage.
Yes,
Maybe I should ask the specific question. If instructions had been given for existing NGOs and new NGOs to be licensed to receive the roughly 1,400 Life Esidimeni mental health care users, how long would that process have taken?
Council, it's an unfair question to ask me that, because when the instruction came that we should open up new ones and look at the existing ones to receive Life Esidimeni patients, and as I've said yesterday, no time frame on closure was given to us, or to me per se. And that is why from 2014-15, informal visits was done to all NGOs again, and to the new ones that we received that we have to visit. And that was done on a slow pace by, I was even accompanied at times by some of my colleagues to go and visit these places. The district managers was also part and assisted me, but not the team per se. And if you take from that time, from 14 to 15, where we done the informal visits, the new ones, we looked at the place, evaluated the place, and then also had like meetings with them, what needs to be in place, how the facility should function based on their request, etc.
Right. Let me ask the question this way. If you had been given instructions, let's say at the time that the termination letter went out at the end of September 2015, if you had been given an instruction on the 1st of October 2015 that you had to ensure that there were sufficient NGOs, whether existing or new ones, to receive roughly 1,400 mental health care users from Life Esidimeni, without any time being specified, what period would you have said to, let's assume Dr. Manamela in this instance, you would need to do that? Would that be 3 years?
Council, I'm stating again, I cannot say 3 years. Based on the informal evaluation that we've done, we needed more time, not just that 6 months, to get everything in place with the numbers that was given to us, the amount of NGOs, and re-evaluation of the existing ones to get them ready.
Yes.
And that was throughout the whole province. But we needed more time. 6 months was too short. It wasn't sufficient.
Ms. Jacobus, if I understand your evidence correctly, during the period 2014 to 2015, after you had been informed in July, August 2013 that it was planned to close Life Esidimeni, you visited, if I understood you correctly, 6 establishments. Is that correct?
I think it should be a bit more, because when I counted, Tshwane was 8. And then if I add the other districts, it's 8, 9, 10, 11.
I see the witness keeps on referring to this document. I'm not sure if this document forms part of the bundle.
No, Council.
Where does she
So
get
it's
the document?
11, 12. It's 12 new ones.
Before the witness could answer, my lady, she just answered that this
Just a second. Mr. Pinar, it appears that the witness has got a document in front of her, which she always refers to. So we want to know as to where does she get the document?
May it please the court, my lady. I'm in the dark myself at this stage. The document was never presented to me prior during consultation. I do not know whether it was and nor am I aware whether it's a document that was presented to the evidence leader, maybe, but it had not been presented to me. With all due respect, my lady, I conclude or deduct, if I can put it in that venture, that, my lady, that this is a document prepared by the witness. I'm not sure. I haven't been informed in that regard because I haven't had discussions with her since I concluded her evidence in chief and her cross-examination commenced. But it may be a document that she has prepared in order to refresh her memory when giving evidence now, my lady.
Yes, we can just hear her because I see she's nodding her head. Ms. Jacobus, is there any document?
Yes,
that
no,
you
my
are
lady, it's not a document. It's because I thought that I would be asked what NGOs and who the NGOs was, and because it was a long time ago and the state I was in, I then found colleagues to get some information, what NGOs in Swane, this, that, and I was given this, which I've written down myself. So it wasn't submitted as evidence, or it's
but is
my
there
own,
anything
my
we
own
want to know,
information.
as Mr. Sibara wants to know, if there is anything that you are busy referring to, which the court and your counsel, even the evidence leader, is not aware of? Do you have any other document other than the documents that we are using in?
No, my lady, it's not a document from my side that needed to be handed in. It's my own, for my own recollection. To see how many NGOs
what is that? Is it your own?
That is for my own recollection when I phoned some of the coordinators to determine what the names was of the NGOs open in the different districts and the existing NGOs that took in patients. So it was just for my own information that I wanted to familiarize myself again.
Okay. Mr. Sibara?
Thank you, Madam. But however, this information, if it's coming bits and pieces, it would assist the court if maybe, for example, it was compiled in a properly manner, because she testified about the GOs which were ready in Tshwane, 3, and those which were new. I think that is going to be very important for this court. Thank you,
My lady, can I answer? In terms of
answer.
my recollection, I think in the evidence and even before the arbitration or thereafter, there was files that was given into from the department to various sections. That is what we've been told. So I'm sure these documents would be available, or the NGOs that was opened up and the existing NGOs that took in patients. So I'm sure. I don't have that information myself, but I know files were compiled by the Mental Health Directorate and submitted to the arbitration, submitted to Mr. Late's office. I don't know whether they received full reports, but there should be some information in those files of new NGOs that was opened and existing NGOs that took in patients.
But as you are testifying now, you don't have anything that you are using. It is something you just.
It's my own, for my own recollection when I gathered information. How many? Because remember, it was a long time ago, and I couldn't clearly remember how many NGOs. So I phoned round to my colleagues to get some information.
All right.
Just how many NGOs.
It's okay, madam. It's fine.
Yes.
It's okay. It's fine.
It seems to me that these are notes that were made by the witness.
Yes, that's how I understand it.
To help her.
Yes, in fact, it's something to refresh her own memory.
Yes,
yes, my lady.
In it, my lady, and I would submit that it's not necessary that it be handed in.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, after all that, I just want to make sure you visited, I think you said 11 NGOs during the period 2014-15.
Yes.
But you said that was at a leisurely pace, it wasn't under any pressure.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
we know that a call went out for new NGOs to apply who were interested in receiving Life Esidimeni mental health care users. Is that correct?
Council, if I may just ask clarity, what call went out?
Let me perhaps refer you to your own statement, H1, page 1505, paragraph 8, if you could read that.
I must just get to it, Council.
Yes, certainly.
One
1505, paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8 or 18?
8.
I'm just looking at the statement. The light is not here to put the thing on just in camera for me. Let's see if I got that.
My lady, I'm technologically...
Can you read it, please, Mr. Van Bergen?
But if someone... Sorry, Mr. Purvis.
There is somebody to help now.
Thank you.
1505.
Sorry, my lady, if I can be of assistance. It appears to me the witness is maybe mistaken. It should be Exhibit H1 that she must have regard to.
Is there any confusion regarding that? That is page 1505. That is H1.
Indeed, my lady.
Is
yes, I see it now. Number 8.
paragraph 8.
If you can just read that, Ms. Jacobus.
Number 8.
Yes.
There was a meeting. Okay. Yes, Council.
Have you read the whole paragraph, Ms. Jacobus?
You read so fast. Have you finished this paragraph 8?
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Let's start at the beginning. There was a meeting called at Sterkfontein Hospital in October 2015 that was convened by Dr. Manamela, and we were told to train new NGOs and prepare those that wanted to expand to reapply. Can I deduce from that at that point there were no new NGOs identified yet?
Council, there was new NGOs identified prior to this formal meeting. Dr. Manamela has called some new NGOs that was interested in opening up new NGOs to our office at Russick Street, and we had informal meetings there. The Sterkfontein meeting was the first formal one that was called. Dr. Manuela's asked me to send out an email to all coordinators in all the districts so that we have a formal meeting and that was the first one at Sterkfontein Hospital.
Right. So in fact, what you said now confirms the question that I initially asked, namely that a call went out inviting interested new NGOs. That's
yes,
true, isn't
yes,
it?
Council.
Yes. Can you recall the meeting at the Russick Street offices? Can you recall when that took place?
I think we had about, if I can recall, I'm not sure, I speak under correction, but I think we had about 3 meetings at Russick Street at different intervals where Dr. Manamela would inform me that there will be people coming that has applied to open up new NGOs and they would be coming to Russick Street. and I will then attend those meetings.
When were those meetings, Ms. Jacobus?
I think it was also during the course of 2015.
Were any licensing processes started in respect of any of those NGOs?
No, Council.
Not. Right, so the meeting was then held at Sterkfontein Hospital, and that was the first formal meeting.
Yes, Council.
Were all the NGOs that were ultimately involved in the transfer process present at that meeting?
I cannot recall that for certain because there was minutes taken and there was a roll call taken. So that evidence should be in one of the files also.
Right. If we look at the next sentence, I'm sorry, I see my lady is still writing.
No, continue, it's fine.
Thank you. The next sentence, I had prepared a training document, but Dr. Manamela took over and hence no training was provided. Can you just give a bit of context there? When did you prepare the training document?
When we in our departmental meeting discussed the agenda of that meeting at Sterkfontein, Dr. Manamela has tasked me to prepare a training document. And normally when new NGOs are involved, we do inform new NGOs about mental health services, the process of licensing, etc. So I have prepared a document.
But the training that it refers to, is that training as regards the management and care of mental health care users, or is it purely for administrative purposes? For
administrative purposes, sir.
Thank you. If you can go down the page, down the paragraph, the very last sentence, it's the fourth line from the bottom of that paragraph, starting with the words, the finalization meeting for the identification of NGOs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was held at Weskoppies, where interested parties without the necessary facilities were informed that they should write down their particulars and areas of expertise. Now, firstly, can you recall when that meeting was held?
The Weskoppies, I wasn't present at the Weskoppies meeting. I've asked one of my colleagues just to put that on the agenda, but it was on the, if I can recall back, somewhere in December, just before mid-December, that meeting took place in 2015.
So around about mid-December 2015.
Yes, Council.
And what caught my eye is that interested parties without the necessary facilities were invited. What interests me about that is that when we discussed the licensing process, you indicated that a prerequisite for an application was that there should be an existing facility.
Yes, Council.
But in this instance, that requirement appears to have been abandoned, and that even people without existing facilities could apply.
Council, if I think back, I think during the October meeting, there were a few people without facilities based on the questions that came forth. And then I alluded that there was facilities that said they don't have facilities. And then from the existing facilities that was earmarked for inception at hospital wards. Those were, it was until around that, to occupy close wards at hospitals after renovation.
Yes, now my expectation would be, and I would like you to comment on that expectation, that where a party applied without having a facility, that would increase the time required to have that party licensed, because the facility would now first have to be found and then inspected in the normal course of events. And as we saw in a number of instances, some of the facilities weren't suitable. So why, first, if you can first comment on that, would that not increase the time to licensing of an NGO?
Yes, Council, it would. Maybe if I can just make a side here, my lady. The facilities or the applicants that did not have facilities was from a few I remember back that was still having but not sure whether they will have the facility. And then during or prior to the visits, from the district side, when we had our district meetings, Dr. Manamela has asked that of the existing facility managers, NGO managers, would like to open up other facilities within hospital grounds, and that is where that all comes into culmination.
Now, Ms. Jacobus, this, as you said, your recollection was occurred in mid-December 2015. So approximately 3.5 months up to the end of March, by which the transfer process should have been concluded. Did anyone within the department raise concerns at that stage as to the available time, and more specifically that there was not sufficient time to get everything in place?
Yes, our council, we all raised as deputy directors within the directorate has alluded our concerns to Dr. Manamela, and we've discussed this in our general meetings.
Now, when you say we, and you refer to deputy directors, would that be you, Dr. Lenkwane, Mrs.
Sanello.
Who else?
Mrs. Sanello again, and Mrs. Mashile.
So Mrs. Frida Sanello as well, and Mrs. Mashile.
Yes, I cannot recall at what stage Mr. Tabane. No, yes, Mr. Tabane was already with us. Mr. Tabane was part of us. So we raised our concerns and discussed this in our weekly meetings of the time.
So as early as mid-December 2015, the department would have been aware that there was a deviation from the prescribed process and that there would not be sufficient time to get places ready to receive patients.
Yes, Council, because as I've stated from, I think, around about the 16th or the 15th of December, when I started to prepare for formal inspections, that was only the time when we really look into all these NGOs formally and to determine how many spaces will be available.
So in reality, Ms. Jacobus, what happened when the department gave notice to Life Esidimeni at the end of September of termination of the service level agreement, is that it did so with full knowledge that it did not have capacity to absorb the number of mental health care users that were due to be transferred.
Council, I cannot say that the department has knowledge, because from my perspective, I only became aware of the urgency when I received a instruction and written instruction from Dr. Manamela that by as soon as possible she wants a full report of the closed down wards at various hospitals that we visited and of the NGOs that we visited. And by that time, remember, it was already late December and people were going on leave. And again, I alluded this and I said, but most of the coordinators would be on leave, most of the teams would be on leave. Can we start next year? Then that was during a meeting, because after she left the note for me, there was no communication between myself and Dr. Manamela. And that is why also I took it upon myself to go to facility and infrastructure, planning and infrastructure, to get more expert and consultative support from that areas to come up with a report.
Thank you.
For both the wards and the NGOs.
Yes, Ms. Jacobus, thank you. I don't want to cut you short, but that is evidence that is already on record. What I do wish to refer you to is that, if I understood your evidence correctly, after you received the written instruction from Dr. Manamela in late December, you only at that stage looked at hospitals that you were investigating to see if it was suitable to receive or for conversion to mental health care NGOs. Is that correct?
Council, it's not correct that I only look at that time. As I've stated earlier on, Dr. Manamela has voiced earlier on in our meetings that there's a possibility and Life Esidimeni would be closing down. So informally, as I've stated earlier on, I have started with informal visits to these closed wards and NGOs, existing NGOs, and to see what the possibility is in terms of the request that came forward, that yes, what can be done.
Ms. Jacobus,
and only formal inspection started in December.
Yes, my apologies for interrupting you. If you would please listen to the question. The question that I put to you was that after you received the written instruction towards the end of December 2015, you first concentrated on hospitals and not NGOs. That was your evidence previously, not so?
Yes, it's correct.
Is there any particular reason why you did not investigate hospitals and potential NGOs?
Yes, Council. My this thing was that the district coordinators need to be part, though that the whole team will not be present, but the district coordinators needs to be part in identification and finalization of the NGOs, number one. Number two, the hospitals I could do without the coordinators, and hence my urgency to complete the hospitals first. And as I've said, it took me from that time up to almost just beyond mid-January to finalize the hospital formal inspections, to come up with reports and with costing by the engineers.
Yes, and if I understood your evidence correctly, is that it was really found that apart from, I think, one ward at Sterkfontein Hospital, none of the other hospitals were suitable for conversion.
Yes, Council. Not suitable for conversion, but the state in which the premises was too costly. After the reports also from DID that they've sent through to do it in a short space of time. They needed more time.
DID, what is DID?
Department of Infrastructure and Development. Okay. They affiliated to facility and planning.
Okay.
Those are consultants that work in those areas.
Now, just to take a step back, we made a bit of a detour while we were discussing the licensing process. Where we stopped last is where the application, as recommended by the Chief Director of the district and signed off by such Chief Director, was sent to you. How long would it take within your department after receipt of such an application to proceed to licensing?
With immediate, there wasn't really time frames because I will go through the report, and depending on the recommendations that was put forward, and if there's clients on the premises, I will set up a meeting with the district coordinator as soon as possible to go out and evaluate the findings from their side to ascertain myself it is like that. And based on the evidence of the report, I will either go alone with the coordinator or ask her to get the team also available to re-go out, because if, let's say, the OT report is not sufficient enough or the dietitian report is not sufficient enough, that they have to re-evaluate. And many times it will also then include maybe the environmental health officer in terms of spacing. What measurements did they take and was it sufficient? Was it correctly done? That type of thing.
Yes. Now, I want you to bring these steps at the district office and the steps at the departmental office, your office, in line with your estimate that you said it would normally take 3 to 6 months, but could take longer. I'm trying to get a feel for how long it takes at district office generally and how long it takes at the departmental office.
Council, again, I think it's an unfair question for me to affirm that. At district office, it will depend on when the coordinator goes out, the compilation of a team's readiness, they go out and what their findings are. At times, even after the first visit by the team, some of the team members would voice to the coordinator that they have to go back to revisit the place. So there's not a definite time limit that say it will take 2 days. It may be 2 days or it can take longer. And then it comes to me, as I've said, after I evaluated and analyzed the report thoroughly, and I feel there's still some unsatisfactory evidence to what is being tabled down, I would then ask the coordinator just to go out alone with me so that I can see what is the report is. And then there, after my present inspection, I will then at the district office ask the coordinator to get a team together so that we can redo certain things.
Yes.
Because remember, in terms also of the teams that go out, the environmental health officers is not from our department, they're from local authority, so that we can follow and adhere to the bylaws of a local authority.
Yes,
so
Purpose,
there's no time limit.
I'm going to interrupt you, and my apologies. You gave a time estimate. Now, a time estimate is well and good, but what I am trying to ascertain is how you got to the time estimate that you gave with regard to the steps required to determine whether your estimate is an accurate one or whether it is not accurate. And it is for that reason why I asked you, how long does it normally take the process at district level and how long does it normally take at departmental level? And I understand that it depends on the nature of each and every individual application, but surely you can, in general terms, explain how you get to your estimate of 3 to 6 months or maybe longer than that.
If I can mention maybe 2 NGOs, it's the Rebafeni and the El Shaddai NGOs, that was new applications that was visited informally, And when the actual formal inspection was done in January, we found that they were already about 3/4 through with their rectification and everything that was recommended to them that needed to be in place. So with that, I will say that NGOs, those two were 3 months. Then you take another NGO, there's still a lot of things or paperwork or things that's not in place that needs to be rectified. That may be then 6 months or longer. Because in terms of, let's just take the plumbing section with reticular and all that, that is a major thing that needs to be implemented. That will take longer. And that is my time frame, sir.
Right, let's leave it at that. My lady, I see it is 12:53 according to my watch. Would this be an opportune time to take the lunch adjournment?
Okay, that will be fine if the others don't have any problems. Do you want to start with the new topic when we come back?
As your ladyship pleases.
Okay. The witness is warned. I think we can take the lunch adjournment now. It's 6 minutes before 1 o'clock. We can resume at 5 to 2.
As your ladyship pleases.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Thank you.
Take a long lunch.
What pleases?
We have reconvened. Can you hear me?
Yes, my lady.
Okay, we have now reconvened.
Yes, my
The
lady.
witness is reminded that she's still under oath. You may proceed, Mr. Van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, if
Yes.
I could ask you, if at all possible, when you reply to the questions, if you can do so with a yes or a no, we will make a lot more progress than we did until now. So if you can just listen carefully to the questions and answer with a yes or a no. If you have to explain something, then please do so. Can I refer you to your affidavit H1, page 1504, paragraph 6.
Mr. Late. Mr. Late. Mr. Late. Mr. Late.
Mr. Late, can you assist the witness, please?
The number again, Council?
It is page 1504,
1504.
paragraph 6.
I'm sorry. Paragraph 6. A bit down.
I don't think it's necessary for you to read the entire paragraph. I'm going to refer you to line 8.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're by experts.
Yes, well, it goes, the sentence following on that, which starts, it is also a requirement that a registered nurse be employed when an NGO is registered and ready to receive patients. Do you see that?
Yes.
You testified prior to the lunch adjournment that all the NGOs that were licensed in the marathon project were licensed with registered nurses. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, Council.
And do you stand by the statement that they were so registered?
Yes, like Council.
That they had registered nurses in their employ, all of them?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. If you would then turn to
Yes.
yes, I'm just looking, my apologies, my lady, paragraph 9, which is on the next page, 1505.
Page?
1505, my lady.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 9. And the purpose of the questions I'm going to ask with regard to this and some of the following paragraphs is just to set a timeline, because the one thing that is missing from your affidavits is reference to dates. If you look at paragraph 9, it reads, during team meetings, Dr. Manamela would inform us on progress in respect of the project and what was going to happen next. Dr. Manamela informed us that she was going to divide us as the Mental Health Directorate into various groups to perform certain project tasks. Mr. Tabane and I were tasked with visiting all the new NGOs and existing ones that wanted to expand. Now, my question is, can you recall the date on which you were so tasked by Dr. Manamela?
No, Council, not definite, but it was in a meeting that she has mentioned it. So there would be, or supposed to be, meeting minutes on that. I unfortunately cannot remember the date of that.
Can you recall whether it was in 2016 or 2015?
I think it was in 2016.
Right. But you say we should look at the minutes.
2016, 2015. I cannot recall the date. I can't.
If you can't recall, then let's leave it at that. You say further on, Dr. Sophie Lenkwani and Ms. Nonseba Sanello were sent to Waverley Life Esidimeni facility, and Ms. Frida Sanello and Salome Mashile were sent to the Randfontein facility to assist with the placement of the MHCUs in those facilities. Approximately 1 month prior to being allocated those project tasks, we all went out to conduct inspections at the new NGOs. Now, your evidence earlier was that the inspections at new NGOs were only performed from January 2016 onwards. Do you recall?
Yes, Council.
So if that was approximately a month prior to being allocated, so from that we must then deduce that you were tasked, as said earlier, after January 2016.
Yes, Council.
Okay.
Continue.
If you could then please with regard to that last sentence, when you visited NGOs as stated, you also referred in paragraph 10 on page 1506 8 lines from the bottom of that paragraph.
Yes, Council.
The line starting due to time constraints. Do you see that?
Yes.
NGOs were only visited in January 2016.
Yes.
I assume that is the same visits that were referred to in paragraph 9.
Formal visits, formal inspections that was conducted by myself and the engineers.
Right. So if I can refer you back to paragraph 9, line 8, the sentence reading approximately 1 month prior to being allocated those project tasks, we all went out to conduct inspections at the new NGOs. Were those informal inspections or were those the formal inspections with the engineers?
The engineers, when we started, as I've stated, was only conducted in January 2016, the formal inspections.
Yes.
The inspections or the visits prior to that was informal visits to all these new NGOs and existing NGOs.
Yes. Ms. Jacobus, please just listen to my question. The visits referred to in line 8 in paragraph 9, approximately 1 month prior to being allocated those project tasks, we all went out to conduct inspections at the new NGOs. Are those inspections the same inspections referred to in paragraph 10, where it says NGOs were only visited in January 2016? Or are they different inspections? Sorry?
No, Council.
Not the same.
Yeah.
Were the first ones referred to in paragraph 9 informal and the ones in paragraph 10 formal?
Yes, Council.
If you would then turn to paragraph 12 on page 1507. And
yes,
I would request you to read the entire paragraph.
Yes, Council.
What I want to ask you, Ms. Jacobus, is this paragraph refers to a number of deviations in the licensing as opposed to information that you and Mr. Frans de Barney had provided. Would you agree with that summary?
Yes, Council.
It refers to, for example, in line 7, the sentence starting, however, post the placement of patients, the Mental Health Directorate team, I visited Precious Angels during Adopt an NGO project and realized that it was not the same facility that was identified. It was also reported in one meeting that the bed capacity of the NGO was different from the initial review done by Frans and me. And then 2 lines down, our visit confirmed that Precious Angels moved facilities. And the last line, the house was not approved by Gauteng Department of Health. Now, my question to you is, are you aware whether these deviations were approved by anyone in the Mental Health Directorate?
Yes, Council, I can agree there was deviations, but I cannot contest that it was approved by somebody in the department. My seeing this place was the first time when there were, as we were divided into adopt a teams to monitor the NGOs, I discovered that the NGO was at a total different place that was identified by myself and Mr. Tobani the first time.
Yes, we hear that. The question is, are you aware if these deviations were approved by anyone in the department? Yes or no?
I've said no, my lady.
And that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, if it was not approved by anyone in the department, were the changes such as the move of Precious Angels to a facility different than the one that had been identified, was that done by Precious Angels itself on its own, or was it done with the knowledge of the department?
I have no idea whether it was Precious Angels themselves or with the knowledge of somebody in the department.
Right, thank you. If you don't know, then that's fine if you just state that. If you would then turn to paragraph 19, that is on page 1509.
Yes, Council.
And I would ask you just to read that paragraph as well.
Oops. It went right up. Can you just go up or down, please? No, down. Yeah, like that. And a bit up again. More. Yes, Council, I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobus. You say in this paragraph that you were not involved in the placement or the receiving of patients from the placement teams at Life Esidimeni, and I don't believe that there would be any dispute about that. You say further, I was involved in the intertransfer of patients from one NGO to another after assessment due to the fact that I could determine that they were not correctly placed. Was this after you became involved with the NGOs during the Adopt an NGO project?
No, Council.
When was this?
It was during the placement marathon project.
And when you say they were not correctly placed, what do you mean by that?
The NGO managers would phone and says that they have problems with users, or that the NGO managers will also point out themselves that they did not receive the correct users or a mixture of users within their facility.
And I assume that must be viewed against the background that a user should be matched with the qualifications and capabilities of a facility. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. You also say in line 6, I am aware that most NGOs around Tshwane ran out of medication and I had to intervene and remedy the situation. When did this occur?
Also during the project, during the project, Council.
The difficulty I have with what you say...
If I may, just a sec, at what stage of the project, if you can just enlighten us, please?
My lady, I cannot say at what stage of the project. What happened with the medications, what some of the NGO managers alluded, they would go to the clinics themselves to obtain medication. And when the clinics couldn't assist them anymore or was a bit retarded in assisting them, they called myself and some called Mrs. Gordon, and we then intervened. And as from our discussion, and some NGOs would say they do not have medication at all for their users. And that is why I phoned the CEO of Westkoppies Hospital and says we've set up a meeting with the regional pharmacy to determine support from the regional pharmacy side directly to assist these NGOs. Then the regional pharmacy manager said that they were not informed about the escalation of patients down to Tshwane district. They were not properly prepared, and that is why we went to Westkoppies.
What would have been the cause of the shortage of the medication?
I don't know. What I gather was apparently the patients came from Life Esidimeni, but not with all medication. And as I've said earlier, some NGOs received medication only for a 7-day period and not a month period. And that is how they ran out. And the clinics couldn't assist them with immediate effect.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, the evidence of personnel involved with the transfer process from Life Esidimeni, both on the Life Esidimeni side and on the Department of Health side, such as Ms. Sinello and Dr. Lenkwane. Well, Dr. Lenkwane hasn't testified yet, but it appears from cross-examination by her counsel, testified that all patients were discharged from Life Esidimeni with the correct medication. There was one incident where a 7-day where 7 days medication was provided instead of 28 days, but that was rectified. That was the evidence from both sides. You cannot dispute that, can you?
Yes, Council, I can dispute that, because when the NGO managers themselves found me, remember, I was not involved in escalation or receiving or checking on medication. There were no medication. When we went to Westkoppies for the replenishing of medication, some of the scripts were expired. So I had to get two doctors involved with the Westkoppies doctor that's on call to see some, because they were wanted to see some of the patients. The others, they've just renewed the scripts. And these scripts were then replenished by Westkoppies pharmacists, who started that same evening, and he said he would be in round about 9 o'clock that evening to start with packing of medication. And that is my proof that I can give. I don't know what happened or when and how it happened, but that is what the NGOs experienced.
That is the point I'm making, Ms. Jacobus. You cannot dispute the evidence of, for example, Ms. Buthelezi, formerly of Life Esidimeni, and Ms. Nonseva Zanello that the correct medication had been given to the patients, not to the patients themselves, but to the staff from the NGOs who collected them upon transfer from the Life Esidimeni facilities. All you can say, and it appears that much of it is based on hearsay, is that you were informed that there were medication shortages, but you cannot say when those shortages arose or why it arose. Not so.
That's correct, Council.
Yes. But the point is you cannot dispute the evidence that correct medication had been given on discharge.
Yes, Council, can I explain just one sentence further?
Yes.
Somewhere in my...
First answer the question, Ms. Jacobus.
I've
You
said
cannot
yes.
dispute. You said yes, you cannot dispute it.
Yes.
Thank you. If you want to explain further.
I've said earlier or somewhere in my evidence that my observation was during these transfers and what was going on with the NGOs, some of the managers didn't keep track of the medication that was finishing.
Come again? Some of the managers didn't check?
Didn't track
Didn't
the
keep
medication.
Or keep track, okay.
Yes.
Well, that would explain why there were shortages if the NGOs did not keep proper control over the medication, not so.
No, Council, I didn't say proper control.
Well,
in terms of tracking with what the NGOs were going through, they didn't maybe monitor. And when, as I said, they went to the clinics because the nearest clinic to the NGO needs to replenish medication. And when the clinics couldn't do that anymore, they contacted us, and that is how we intervened to see that the medication are being given to them.
But you don't really know what exactly happened at the NGOs. You were just informed they had difficulties.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobus, if you would then turn to...
Just a second.
If your ladyship pleases.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. You testified prior to the lunch adjournment that at the time the NGOs were licensed, everything was in place. There was a registered nurse, all the requirements had been met, everything was there, and you said including linen. Do you remember that?
Yes, Council.
So that was at the time of licensing and prior to patients, mental health care users being transferred.
Yes, Council.
Would you please turn to page 36594?
36594.
That is in Exhibit H2, the second affidavit that you deposed to. Do you have it, Ms. Jacobus?
Yes, Council.
If you would look at paragraph 5.5 at the foot of the page, and it's only the first two sentences I'm going to refer you to. They read, however, mental health care users were placed in NGOs even prior to the linen situation was addressed. It meant that some NGOs were receiving mental health care users without having proper linen. How do you reconcile that with your earlier evidence that all requirements had been met, even linen?
Can I explain, Council?
Yes, explain.
Okay.
My explanation to this is when we've done the identification of NGOs and number of beds availability to these NGOs were, if I can cite one example, NGO was identified to take in 20 patients. 20 NGOB, 10 patients, etc. And with the placement of these mental health care users from life, more patients were placed at all the NGOs, hence the shortage of linen.
Ms. Jacobus, I hear what you're saying, but that does not explain what you say in paragraph 5.5. Paragraph 5.5 says that mental health care users were placed in NGOs even prior to the linen situation was addressed. There's a difference between that and a shortage of linen due to excess numbers being transferred.
Counsel, maybe I didn't term it properly during my evidence, but my evidence in preparation of the NGOs of staffing and linen for the number of beds identified for that specific place was enough, but the placement of users was more, hence the involvement of Mr. Maritz to address the shortage of linen and us getting more linen from other hospitals.
Yes, Ms. Jacobus, the normal grammatical meaning of the first two sentences of paragraph 5.5 cannot be understood in the context of excess numbers. It can only read as it reads there. They were placed in NGOs even prior to the linen situation was addressed. You differ from that?
Yes, Counsel, I differ from that.
We'll leave it at that then. If you would then please turn to paragraph 8.6 on page 36604.
Eight
8.6, my lady. Before you read that paragraph, this is one of the paragraphs, and I must just find the paragraphs that was amended in terms of Exhibit H3, the Notice of Corrections and/or Amendments. In terms of the paragraph 5.4.1 of H3, it says the reference to precious angels in line 5 of this paragraph is corrected and amended to read Anchor House. So we must then, and I'll read from the beginning of the paragraph, during that period, for a few weeks prior to 23 June 2016, the Mental Health Directorate team did not have any meetings. Everyone was running around to try and place patients and see to it that NGOs were as prepared as they could be to receive the patients. We were all working in isolation. Rochelle and I were running around fetching donations, taking sick patients to hospital. Some of the patients sent to Precious Angels, that has now been changed to Anchor House, were sick patients who required hospital care and close observation. I informed the manager at CCRC that when Manamela, that's Dr. Manamela and Ethel Nube, take any of the patients, they should be aware that some of the patients are not well. Now, what I want to get to, Ms. Jacobus, is that the patients or mental health care users who were received by Anchor House, they had been transferred from CCRC, not so?
Yes, Counsel, the first patients that was transferred, the others was transferred from Life Esidimeni.
Yes, you're quite correct. That was the incident with the bus, wasn't it?
Yes.
The second transfer. So at this point, it would seem that some of those patients, at least some of those patients that you refer to, would have come from CCRC.
Yes.
You then continue, when I returned to CCRC, the CEO informed me that she tried to tell them that some of the patients, going over to the next page, require medical care. And if I can stop there, so it is clear, seeing that it is the CEO of CCRC that was involved here, that this refers to patients from CCRC. Would you agree?
I can't think back that far, but I suppose it's correct.
Yes, because you say I informed the manager at CCRC that when Dr. Manamela and Ethel Nube take any patients, they should be aware that some of the patients are not well. And then when I returned to CCRC, the CEO informed me she tried to tell them that some of the patients require medical care. And allegedly, Dr. Manamela just said to her that, quote, Hannah just wants to rule everything. I will sort it out, unquote. It was thus Dr. Manamela that identified the patients to be sent to Precious Angels. Now, I assume that reference to Precious Angels should also be to Anchor House.
No, I think that is correct. Those are, I'm sure that is referring to the other patients that was remaining in the bus. Because as we left, the Precious Angels manager came to CCRC.
Oh, these were the patients that were moved from Anchor House to Precious Angels.
Angels, yes.
Okay.
My lady.
Okay, that clarifies it. If you would then please turn to page 36610.
36610.
Paragraph?
Paragraph 20, my lady. Would you please read the paragraph, Ms. Jacobus?
20.
20?
Answer.
Yes.
Yes, Counsel.
Thank you. You say in this paragraph, in respect of the patient files, I received feedback from many of the NGOs that they did not receive proper patient files when the patients arrived. The patients arrived with a one-page document with the discharge sheet from Life Esidimeni. I do not know if the discharge documents included the patient's medication information, as I did not have time to look at things like that. I gather from what is said there that your statement here is based on hearsay evidence, what was conveyed to you by persons at NGOs.
Yes, Counsel, and also when we had to remove patients from NGOs to hospitals, it was just that one-page discharge form at times which wasn't clearly stating what the history of the patient.
Yes. The evidence of both the Life Esidimeni staff involved in transfer, and I refer specifically to Ms. Buthelezi, as well as the trans or relocation teams, as you call them, of the health department, that is Ms. Zanello and Dr. Lenkwane at Waverley, specifically, confirmed that on transfer, each and every patient was provided with all required documentation. The documentation was provided to the staff who collected in respect of each and every patient. And this included a discharge summary as required by the relevant statutory documents, the Mental Health Care Act and also the National Health Act, or the transfer forms MHCA 11 and MHCA 3, the latest or last periodical report in respect of the patient, and a copy of the physical examination done by the discharging doctors. And there was specific reference to a Dr. Ghani and a Dr. Wadvala, both in the employ of the Gauteng Department of Health. And they were also provided with the relevant medication and prescription. You cannot dispute what was given at transfer from Life Esidimeni, can you?
I can, counsel.
Were you there, Ms. Jacobus?
No, I was not there.
You gave evidence and stated in your affidavits that you took no part in the transfers yourself.
Yes, that's correct,
So
counsel.
you cannot say what was given to the receiving parties at the Life Esidimeni facilities, not so.
I can, counsel.
No, you cannot, Ms. Jacobus, because you were not there. All that you can testify on at best is what was found or what was given to you at the NGOs by NGO staff, not so.
Yes, counsel.
So you cannot testify as to what was given at the transfer at the facility at Life Esidimeni itself. You've
I can, counsel. I can.
On what basis can you dispute that, Ms. Jacob?
As described in this paragraph, with the encounter of these 3 patients that was sent to hospital. Normally after we've sent them to hospital, and if we have time, we will go back to the hospital and visit and see how the patients are doing and if they're ready to come out. And then all that was sent and given to the hospital was the discharge form and the script, the medication script that was given to me by the NGO manager. When I asked where's the other documentation, they told me that is all they've got.
Once again,
further test was done at the hospital to confirm this diagnosis.
Ms. Jacobus, once again, that is what you were told by the persons at the NGOs.
Yes.
That affords no evidence whatsoever as to what happened on transfer at the Life Esidimeni facilities. Not so.
Yes, counsel.
Yes. So you cannot dispute what was given on handover at the Life Esidimeni facilities.
Yes, I cannot dispute because I didn't see.
Yes.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. If you would then turn to paragraph 21 and also read that paragraph.
Yes, counsel.
Now, this relates to the issue of medication. We've already dealt with that. Do you agree?
Yes.
This paragraph, just for the sake of the record, my lady, is also one that must be amended in terms of Exhibit H3. As it reads at the moment, it says, in respect of the medication, the undertaking with Life Esidimeni was to discharge the mental health care users with a month's worth of medication. It then reads, in some instances, the mental health care users were discharged with only a 7-day supply of medication. And due to the chaos and hectic pace of the project, some of the NGO managers did not keep track with the medicine supply of the patients. Now that must be amended to read, in respect of the medication, we were informed, sorry, the second sentence commencing in line 2, starting in some instances, must change to I was informed by NGO managers that the mental health care users were discharged with only a 7-day supply of medication, and due to the chaos and hectic pace of the project, some of the NGO managers did not keep track with the medicine supply of the patients. Do you agree with that amendment?
Yes, because I was told by the managers.
Yes. So once again, it's based on hearsay, and they did not keep track of the medicine supply. That's the important aspects here, not so.
Some of it,
Some of
Council.
it, yes.
Yes.
And there are some further amendments which are not relevant to my purposes. If you could then turn to the next page, 36611, paragraph 22. I'm sorry, my lady, we don't have to go there. In paragraph 23, the first sentence reads, in terms of the community clinic visits, when a mental health care user is discharged from one facility to another, the person has to be evaluated by a doctor to confirm the findings of the referral. But due to the time constraints, that could not be done with the Life Esidimeni mental health care users. Now, what I want to ask you, Ms. Jacobus, is where you say that when a user is discharged from one facility to another, the person has to be evaluated by a doctor to confirm the findings of the referral. Does that refer to an evaluation by a doctor at the receiving facility?
Evaluation by from the area where the patient was supposed to move from one area to another before the receiving entity.
At the time of the discharge?
Yes. Maybe, my lady, what council is doing here, and remember this was really some time back, and it was hectic. And I was cross-questioned almost on a daily basis. So some of these, maybe my wording and sentence construction didn't come out as clear as that. But what I meant here was when a person was wrongly placed, we had to remove that person from that NGO to another NGO. And I couldn't just do that. That is where I called Mr. Lau or Mr. Mohale to assist us. If it's minor, to take the patient to a clinic just to verify, examine the person and discharge from that NGO so that we could place the patient in another NGO. And that was during the project.
But in this instance, if you read that first sentence, it says, but due to time constraints, that could not be done for the Life Esidimeni mental health care users. Is that what you meant? Just read the first sentence of paragraph 23.
Yes, I meant that. That is from the from the clinic nearest to the NGO. The doctor at that specific clinic couldn't do or see the LE patient if there wasn't enough personnel there to see the patient. And hence, I've asked for other measurements. I've put other measurements in place for that person to be seen. That is my explanation there.
Ms. Jacobus, perhaps if I could...
I don't follow the explanation.
Let me see if I can get clarity, my lady.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobus, we know that prior to transfer from Life Esidimeni, the mental health care users were examined by a medical practitioner, and the specific names of Isvani and Wadwala were mentioned.
Yes.
They were then transferred and they went to, let's say, NGO X. is it then required for medical practitioners at the nearest clinic to also, within a specified period of time, evaluate those users that were transferred to NGOX?
Yes, Council, but I'm not referring to that specific sentence that you make now.
Yes, but that I think the difficulty that Her Ladyship and I have, and I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn on Her Ladyship's behalf, is that if one reads this sentence, that appears to refer to the examination by a clinic doctor nearest to the NGO to which a user had been transferred, but that because of the time constraints, it could not be done for Life Esidimeni users. Is that not what was meant here?
Council, if you can read further, please.
Yes. I, however, went to Kalafong for assistance in this regard. That doesn't change what was said in the first sentence.
Council, I still disagree with you because what I meant in this statement, it was during the process, if one person has to be taken out of one NGO when we were called, taken to another. And I didn't just want to move the patients on my own without being seen. Because remember when the patients were placed, they were not seen by the receiving NGO as yet. So it was only for my conscience and for the patient's sake and to do the correct thing. I then asked for assistance from Mr. Mohale and Mr. Lau if we cannot do that because if we were busy with other tasks, to take the patient to the nearest clinic or hospital just to be seen and then to take the patient to the place where we found some space for that patient. And this is what I meant here.
Did this relate to patients who were wrongly placed?
Yes, yes, my lady.
If I could just get clarification from you, Ms. Jacobus. You said now, if a patient had not been seen by the receiving NGO as yet, what do you mean by
a doctor as yet? By a doctor as yet.
So you agree that the normal process is that following transfer to an NGO, the district doctor or doctor at the nearest district clinic must at some point see that patient?
Yes,
Yes.
Council.
So we're talking about two things here. The one is that the normal process is that a patient who is transferred to an NGO will be seen by a clinic doctor closest to that NGO within a certain period of time. That's one aspect. Do you agree?
Yes.
The other aspect is that you say before they could be seen by the clinic doctors, some of them required transfer to other NGOs because they had been incorrectly placed. And you say that is what this sentence in paragraph 23 relates to.
Council, maybe it's the communication or understanding from
I don't know whether it's... Just mute yourself because we are hearing dishes there. And I can see your face, please. If you can just switch off your camera and mute yourself.
I don't even know where it is.
Somebody, I don't know, there's something about the dishes.
That might fix the problem.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Judge, I'm sorry about that. It's Nelisiwe. I think the teams just kicked out everybody, so I'm just admitting.
Yes, it does. Sometimes it does this.
Oh, okay.
All right. Just ensure that the proceedings are recorded, but I can see that the recording has started.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you very much. Where is the witness? Mr. Lade?
My lady advocate Late is still busy trying to connect. I'll see how far he is.
Okay. I was just asking where about the whereabouts of the witness. Thank you, Mrs. Jacobus.
Thanks, my lady. Where was I? Oh, in terms of what counsel said, that statement that I've made there was not prior to life Esidimeni, it was during the placement processes.
That's how I understood it.
Do you understand now, sir?
That's how I understood it.
Yes.
Okay. Continue, counsel.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Jacobus, if you would then please turn to page 36613. Paragraph 27.3.
Yes.
Page
36613.
36613.
Yes, my lady.
And the paragraph 27.2.
3.3, my lady.
Okay.
If you could just read the first 4 lines, Ms. Jacobus.
Yes, counsel.
What you say here is the project.
What is happening? Is that from my side?
I don't think so, my lady.
Okay, let's try.
In terms of the overall budget for the project, we were informed by senior management, including Dr. Manamela, that Life Esidimeni would close down and all the funds originally earmarked for the payment of the Life Esidimeni contract will be funneled down for the payment of the NGOs taking in the Life Esidimeni patients. Do you confirm that that is what was conveyed to you?
Yes, that is what Dr. Manamela conveyed to us. And that was, I've asked a pertinent question to that effect.
Right. Now, you also say we were informed by senior management, including Dr. Manamela. Who else in senior management conveyed this to you?
Again, maybe the wording, it was Dr. Manamela bringing back information from senior management to us. Said that senior management agreed.
And you have no doubt that what was said is that the Life Esidimeni budget, if I could call it that, would be funneled down for the payment of the NGOs.
No, I do have knowledge, Council.
Yes. Ms. Jacobus, the evidence thus far is that the predominant reason for the termination of the Life Esidimeni service level agreement was a financial one, that funds would be saved. Now, would you agree with me that that would not happen if the Life Esidimeni funds, as you say here, that were originally earmarked for the payment of the Life Esidimeni contract will be funneled down for the payment of the NGOs? That would only mean that the same amount of money would be paid to different persons. Do you agree with that?
Different persons in terms of, Council, if you can just explain.
NGOs. Instead of being paid to Life Esidimeni, NGOs would be paid.
Yes, that was my understanding, Council.
Yes, so there wouldn't be a saving. It is just that money would be redirected to NGOs instead of Life Esidimeni.
That was my understanding, Council.
Right. And as you've indicated, you have no doubt that that is in fact what was said to you.
Yes, Council.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions to Ms. Jacobus. Thank you, Ms. Jacobus.
Who is next? Yes, Ms. Kasim.
May it please the court, my lady, I believe I'm next in line.
Ms. Hassim, why do I keep on calling you Ms. Kasim? My apologies, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Good afternoon, Ms. Jacobus.
Good afternoon, Council.
Ms. Jacobus, my name is Advocate Hassim, and I will be asking questions to you on behalf of families of the deceased.
Yes, Council.
I'm going to try not to repeat much of what my colleagues have already asked you. Where I do, it's in order to gain clarity where there was some confusion in your testimony. I just want to begin with the fact that you testified in the arbitration before Justice Moseneke. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
And I take it that you stand by your previous testimony in the arbitration?
Yes, Council.
And at the time at which these events took place, the closure of Life Esidimeni and the transfer of mental health care users to NGOs, you were a deputy director in the Mental Health Directorate, correct?
Yes, Council.
And when did you become deputy director?
On the 13th of July, 2013.
13 July 2013. So that was about 3 years or 2.5 years before the project began.
I didn't work it out like that. I assume it is, Council.
And am I correct that you hold a diploma in psychiatric nursing?
Yes, Council.
So you are a psychiatric nurse?
Yes, Council.
And you have experience in caring for mental health care users?
Yes, Council.
And in your experience, would you agree that mental health care users are vulnerable because of their condition and that they therefore need specialized care?
Yes, Council.
Now, in your position within the Mental Health Directorate, you were responsible for overseeing NGOs, correct?
Yes, Council.
So if we can begin in 2015, were you aware of the litigation against the department in December 2015?
The litigation by SEDEC?
That's correct.
Yes, Council.
And do you recall that that litigation was aimed at getting the appointment of a curator ad litem to protect the best interests of the users?
Yes, I've become known with that afterwards, Council.
And you are aware that the matter was settled on the basis that the mental health care users who were to be transferred from Life Esidimeni would be placed in facilities where they received equal or better care than at Life Esidimeni.
Yes, Council.
Recall that. In fact, as you said, I think yesterday in your testimony, in December 2015, you were the acting director of mental health.
Yes, Council.
When
Yes.
this litigation was taking place. Thank you. Can I take you, please, to parts of the record now? Can you please turn or get some assistance to turn to page 1232 of the record?
1232.
1232.
Thank you, Sachin.
Are you there?
Yes, Council.
And you see that these are minutes of the meeting to discuss the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract.
Yes, Council.
And this meeting took place on 6 January 2016.
I see.
And you were present at this meeting, correct?
No, Council. Not I can recall of. I'm not sure. Not that I can recall of. I wasn't present.
Ms. Jacobus, if you look at page 1232, it has a list of people who were present. And the second to last name, is that you?
No, it's not me. It's Ms. Jacobs of the HOD's office.
Of the HOD's office. That's not you.
Yes. No, it's not me.
Okay. But are you familiar with this meeting having taken place?
Yes, I've heard about the meeting afterwards, Council.
This was, of course, 6 January, so it was first thing in 2016.
Yes.
And if you look at page 1235, there are comments here by the HOD. And the HOD at the time was Dr. Selvano, correct?
Yes, Council.
And bullet number 5.
Yes, 2, 4, 5.
Just
Okay.
read that. I'll read it out. It says normal clinical protocols in terms of discharging and placement of users need to go on without any disruptions or delays. Life Esidimeni and Gauteng Department of Health, GDOH, to continue with these functions.
I see it, Council.
Okay, and then if you looked at 1237, page 1237, sorry, 1236. Let's go there first. Second bullet, Dr. Lebete, do you see that?
Yes.
It reads, Dr. Lebete noted concerns that were raised by stakeholders, but stressed that the department has a mandate from the Premier, MEC, and stakeholders to deliver on the project and on time.
Yes, I see that, Council.
This was in the context of concerns that were being raised by organizations like SADAG and SASOP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then, sorry, at page 1237, you'll see the second bullet says the issue of licensing of NGOs needs to be looked at. There are different types of NGOs involved with the department. Qualifying criteria need to be enforced.
I see that, Council.
Yes. So what seems to be conveyed in this meeting is that normal protocols for discharge and qualifying criteria and the systems would need to be followed. Processes would need to be followed.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes,
But
I see that.
Yes, but we also know from your testimony that the normal protocols for discharge and placement were not followed.
Yes, Council.
Given the short time frame that remained, at least from this meeting, and remember this was at this point discharge users by the end of March, was it ever possible that normal processes could be followed?
No, Council.
And you knew, in your experience as the head of the person in charge of NGOs and licensing, you knew how long the process takes to inspect, conduct audits and license NGOs, correct?
Yes, Council.
And you knew in 2015, I know there's been some discussion about when, the time frame, when did you know that the termination would be effected by the end of March? You say you at least knew in January, is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Can I take you to page 20718? Are you there?
Yes, Council.
Okay. 20718 is the project plan that is to be implemented following the termination of the contract with Life Esidimeni.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
No, Council.
You're not familiar with this plan?
I think I've seen it, but I wasn't part of the formulation of this termination contract document.
But it's a document, if I can take you to the last page so you can see when it was signed. If I can just get there, if you bear with me for a moment. Okay, it's page 20753. And it is compiled, it's dated the 30th September 2015.
Yes, Council.
Signed by Dr. Manamela. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
So do you agree that this was the plan that was in place at 30 September 2015?
Council, I did not see the plan, but I'm aware of the information that Dr. Manamela told us that Life Esidimeni will be closed.
So you're saying that you did not see the plan
No.
at the time, at any time, not even after September 2015?
Yes, Council.
But you are a deputy director in the Mental Health Directorate.
Yes, Council.
So this plan was just not put to you, not discussed with you at all?
No, no, Council.
So let's go.
Can I just explain, Council? It was, the closure was discussed, but not the plan per se with the document at end.
What was discussed?
we were informed about the closure of Life Esidimeni, but the plan and that document as is wasn't discussed with me.
Okay, the only information that was you had was in relation to the closure.
The
as
closure,
notified.
yes, it was notified in meetings to me.
Okay. Can we turn to page 20824? And you'll see that the heading is under number 6 is activity plan.
Yes.
And then the document sets out in a table the key functions for subcommittees.
Yes.
And under mental health unit, it
Yes.
sets out the functions and the members of the unit who would be responsible. Were you a member of the mental health unit?
Yes, Council.
And do you see the functions for which the mental health unit is responsible?
Yes, Council.
If I'll just read them out, it says continue with overall mental health inspections, develop and implement placement plan for NGOs and hospitals, and continue with contract renewal negotiations for Baneng. The important part for my purposes is the development of the placement plan for NGOs and hospitals. Were you involved in that function?
Yes, I was involved not in a placement plan, but in placement inspections, identification, etc. And as I've said, informal inspections started with, since we've been told that the possible closure, so it was started in 2014, 2015, and only when I deputized for Dr. Manamela with the brief that she wanted a full report of everything on the table in January.
Okay, January we'll get to. For now, we're talking about 2015. This plan, as you saw, was signed on 30 September 2015.
Yes, Council.
We've identified one aspect so far in which the functions, which there are functions that were part of your functions,
yes.
Okay, which you've agreed to. I want to just look at what your functions were for now. If you look at page 20834, let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there, Council.
Under point number 7, there's a table, and it says activity, and then the people who are responsible and a time frame.
Yes.
And in the first row, it says establish number of users, legible, I think it meant eligible, for normal discharge in each and every LE facilities. And you are one of the people responsible. Do you see that?
Yes, Council.
And the time frame is 1 to 30 October 2015.
Yes.
In the second row, it says establish number of users. Again, legible, they meant eligible for discharge due home in each and every Life Esidimeni facilities. And you are one of the people who's responsible. And the time frame for that is 3 January 2015. I think that's a typo. It should have been 2016. Is that correct?
I'm sure it's correct, 2016.
And then it says in the next row, establish number of users legible for discharge due to NGOs in each and every LE facilities. And you are one of the members responsible. And the time frame for that is 15 January 2016.
Yes, Council, I see that.
And then again, you're responsible for, with others, then establishing the number of users eligible for admission to psychiatric hospitals. That was to happen by 7 January 2016. And in the next row, the number of users eligible for discharge but with no IDs. Again, you're one of the people responsible. Do you see that?
Yes, I've seen that.
Do you agree that these were part of your functions and duties, not alone, in conjunction?
Yes, I would say yes.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Kobus, there's on page 20837. And again, on this page, are you there?
2908.
20837.
20837, yes. I'm there.
The fifth row, it says visit the NGOs where users were placed from M&E.
Yes.
And that was to take place in what was going to be the final week, 25 to 31 March 2016. And you are people responsible. Do you agree?
Yes.
So do you accept that you knew then in 2015 that the mental health care users were to be transferred by the end of March 2016, that was the original plan? It was extended, we know, to June 2016, but the original was March 2016. Do you agree?
As I've said, under correction and maybe recollection, I cannot think back, but we knew Life Esidimeni is going to be closed down, and we had to prepare and find the NGOs and hospitals. Hence, the informal visits before then. And then when we were told about Dr. Mamela wanted the information, and that was with a closure for that period. She wanted a report when she gets back from leave. And then the formal visits were started only then.
But can you just, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm not sure whether she answered your question. Can you please listen to the question, Ms. Jacobus?
I've tried.
The question is, from what Ms. Hasim has been showing you, she has been referring to you. She says, on the basis of that information, would you accept that you knew as early as 2015 that the mental health care users would be transferred by the end of March 2016? Was that your question?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a yes or no. We understand you have given the details.
Okay.
We just want to know.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You did know.
Yes, about the closure.
She agrees. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Having looked at these functions and some parts of this project plan, was this plan complied with?
As I've said, we did not discuss the plan per se and as stipulated what you've shown me now, ma'am. But it was discussed in our weekly meetings. Yes, we did follow up. I've arranged and Dr. Lankwane for the ID Home Affairs to be visited so that they could come to the office.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you because it'll take too long. So I've read out to you aspects of the project plan.
Yes, I was aware.
And it details what is to happen, who must do it, and by when it must happen.
Yes.
Was complied with? Were those parts?
Okay, continue. I'm going to ask you, if you don't understand the question, please tell us. Then the question will be rephrased. Ne?
Okay,
Just
madam.
listen attentively. Would you please rephrase Ms. Kasim? Hasim.
Thank you, my lady. Maybe I need to wear a name badge.
That's not necessary.
Ms. Jacobus, we've looked at the activities that were set out in the plan.
Yes.
Who was supposed to do what by when, correct? Was that plan complied with? Did those activities take place as set out?
My lady, the activities happened, but not, I haven't seen the document you've now shown me and read out to me, counsel, but the activities happened. We were told and delegated in meetings, so we paid visits. ID Home Affairs was roped in. I suggested that we call in social development for the grants so that that can be sorted out. So activities happened.
Yes, but not as planned, because you've also agreed that it was an impossible task to complete.
My lady, can I answer that again? It's the first time that I see that document laid out per se as you've read now to me. So I cannot answer to that document. But that activities took place, yes, I can. Because Dr. Mamela, during our meetings, she will convey all those things to us, and we've acted on it.
Mr. Corbis,
it was addressed.
What I'm putting to you is that what you are saying now is inconsistent with what you have testified thus far, which is that the time frame was too short, that these activities could not be completed by 31 March 2016.
Yes, I said so.
Are you changing your view on that, or do you?
No, I'm not changing my view, counsel. As I've said, it's the first time I see the document with stipulated time frames. Because if you go back into the document, there's a certain period in January where I was supposed to do things, and I wasn't present. I couldn't do that because I was still busy with inspections.
So your answer is that the activities as set out here were not complied with?
No, that is not my answer, counsel.
So
I said I didn't see the document. I will rephrase again. I didn't see the document as stipulated as that, but yes, all the activities was discussed with us in meetings by Dr. Manamela. We've acted on a lot of those activities. And the period where I was supposed to do something in January, there's 2 areas. I couldn't do that. I wasn't present with it because I was busy with inspections of the hospitals and to finalize that with hospitals and NGOs.
Let me try to come at it a different way, Mr. Corbis. You've already testified that there was a strategic policy for deinstitutionalization of mental health users. And you've already testified that that policy was not complied with when it came to Life Esidimeni. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You agree that what took place was not consistent with what was required in terms of the policy. Correct?
Yes.
And you agree that you were told that the policy could not be complied with. Isn't that so?
Yes.
And you said that it was Dr. Manamela who said to you that you cannot comply with that policy.
Yes, because of the time frame.
Because of the time frame. Yes.
Yes.
So you were told that Life Esidimeni would have to be closed.
Yes.
That it would have to take place quickly and normal processes would not follow, correct?
Yes.
But you're also the person with knowledge of the requirements of NGOs and what standards they must meet in order to provide care services on behalf of the state, correct?
Yes.
And so despite that knowledge, you agreed to participate in the non-compliant process. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Do you know if any one of the users, the mental health care users, were asked for their consent before they were moved?
No, I'm not aware of that. I'm just aware of the meetings that took place at the two various entities.
Do you know whether there was consent from family members to move the users?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone was appointed to act in the best interests of the users?
According to the first meeting at Randfontein, that is the only thing that I remember was where Dr. Salabano has asked the family members to form a forum so that they can liaise directly with the department in terms of their grievances, their concerns, clarifications, etc. But I was not part of that meeting forum.
I understand that there were family members that were raising concerns.
Yes.
But my question is different, and that is whether anyone was appointed to act in the best interests.
No, I have no knowledge. I have no knowledge.
You have no knowledge about it. Okay. And you're aware that there were insufficient community facilities to care for the mental health care users?
Yes, Council.
And in fact, at this point in time, the start of the project, there were certain NGOs that were not even in existence yet. Isn't that so?
Yes, yes, Council.
NGOs to which the users were moved. And you've testified yesterday and today in some detail about the process that is required to license an NGO.
Yes, Council.
And my colleague, Mr. Van Bergen, also put it to you that that process, which is already lengthy, would take even longer in the case of NGOs that don't yet exist, correct?
Yes, Council.
And there's been some debate about how long the process would normally take if you followed proper procedures. I'm still not entirely clear from your testimony what the time period is. But would it be correct to say that it could take up to years in order to license an NGO?
My lady, I can just reiterate what I've said before. And when Mr. Van Bergen asked me, is there a possibility that a particular NGO X can be ready in 3 months? I cited him 2 examples of Rabafeni's 2 houses and El Shaddai. On my final formal inspection in January, they were almost 80% prepared to take on mental health care users. And I've said it depends on the outcome of the inspection when the different NGOs, how long the time frame would be.
I'm not talking about NGOs that are in existence and that were being...
no, they were new ones.
Were they new? So you
Yes,
were
they
able
were
to...
new.
Rabafeni and El Shaddai, they were new.
And El Shaddai, the 2 houses of Rabafeni. My lady, can I just go back again? Remember when we were told about the closure of life? And that was during 2014, I've said, and 2015, informal visits were done by us, and at times my colleagues would accompany me, or as the case may be. And when it became clear that it's imminent, Life Esidimeni is definitely closing, and in December when Dr. Namela said she wanted a report, a costed report on a table when she gets back in January. That is why only in December I started with the hospital formal visits, not informal, and that. So during that period, we would visit these NGOs. Those that's really totally out would be discarded, and the ones that's legible, we will continue and informally give them some sort of education, what needs to be in place, what they should have, what is the requirements for according to their criteria that they want to take in. Hence, I can say for certain by January, when I went back to El Shaddai and when we visit all the NGOs, El Shaddai and Rabafeni was more than 80% ready to take in patients. That is why I said yes by 3 months for them. But others wasn't ready, so it would take a bit longer, and others wasn't even ready after that. They weren't even considered afterwards.
When you say others would take a bit longer, what is the estimation of that? Would you say 6 to 12 months, more than a year, more than 2 years, more than 3 years?
My lady, it could be, because as I've cited the example of Sharma, that took us 3 years to get to completion of that NGO.
Okay.
Okay.
So it depends on the type of NGO and what was found during inspection.
But that is to make the following point. That emphasizes the importance of the process, isn't that so?
Yes.
Because the
Yes.
need for that process is to ensure that the NGOs are able to deliver a standard of care
Yes.
that is appropriate for mental health care users, not just any patients, but for mental health care users. Correct? So if you don't follow the process, you will more likely to result in NGOs that don't meet that standard. Isn't that so?
Yes, it could be.
And so the process is important. We've established that. So let's look now at page 206. 20686.
Come again?
20686. Sasha, if you could please direct us there. Sorry, it's actually 687. It's the next page.
Okay, it's fine. She has already directed us. Thanks, Sasha.
Okay, so it's next page, Ms. Jacobus. It's a meeting with the MEC that took place on 26 January 2016. You see that?
Yes.
And if you just scroll down to the next page, so that would now be 20688. I'm sorry, my lady. My screen is frozen for a second. I'll be with you as soon as I get it unstuck.
Okay.
Yes, 20688. In the second column, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows down, you'll see it says licensing of both old and new NGOs must be done by 5th February 2016.
Can you just go back? I don't see that.
Where is that?
So it's the second column and it's about 5 rows down. 7 rows down, it says licensing of both old and new NGOs must be done by 5 February. Now, and this meeting, as you would have seen,
okay,
took place on 26th of January. Would you agree that that is an extraordinarily short time period?
Yes, Council.
And you...
Just a second, Ms. Asi.
Hey.
Continue.
You've testified, and what's in this table is consistent, that it wasn't just a question of corners being cut, in your words. It wasn't just corners being cut. It was that there was just no compliance with the process at all.
Yes.
Can you please turn to page 31436?
Page
31436, my lady.
What is that?
It is, are you there, Ms. Jacobus? It says,
Yes.
its heading is basic requirements.
Yes.
All NGOs licensed under the Mental Health Care Act, number 17 of 2002.
Yes, Council.
Are you familiar with these requirements?
Yes, Council.
And again, it's important because it's about ensuring that proper care is provided by the state. Isn't that so?
Yes.
So in order to be licensed, this document stipulates a number of things. And if we can just have a look at these requirements. It begins with a heading which says, to ensure compliance, the following must be available at all times at the NGO. And the first thing is a signed and dated copy of the current service level agreement. Did the NGOs who received Life Esidimeni mental health care users have current service level agreements with the department?
At the time of placement?
Yes.
Council? Just rephrase your question again, please.
Sure. My question is whether the NGOs to which the users were transferred, did they have service level agreements with the department?
Not at the time of placement.
Not at the time of placement. Thank you. The other requirements are the following: a copy of the annual license, copy of the NPO certificate, a tax clearance certificate, tax exemption certificate, bank account details, current bank statement, original check that's been cancelled, business plan, organogram, a copy of the latest signed and dated constitution, a document with admission of users, criteria, screening process, means test, fee structure, and the like. And then if you keep going down, well, it says, importantly, all these documents must be kept updated and on file for easy access. Was this complied with?
No, Council.
If you continue down in the same document, I'm not going through all of it. This is very detailed, as you can see. So, but as you said, you're familiar with the document. I just want to highlight the first set was that set of very important compliance documentation. The second is on the next page. It states for residential facilities, there must be 3 meals per day. There must be a morning drink with a snack, an afternoon drink with a small snack, an evening drink. The menus must be on a 4-week rotation. Was this complied with?
Not according to the document, but there was food available, made available to these NGOs.
Were these requirements in this document complied with, Mr. Corbis?
No, Council.
The next bullet point is clothing, linen, bathing requisites. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, for the residential NGOs, it states that every user must have a minimum of, and it itemizes, a suitable mattress, 2 complete sets of linen, 2 blankets, or 1 blanket and 1 duvet, 2 pillows, 2 towels, 4 face cloths, and suitable appropriate clothing for day and night, and toiletries. Was this complied with?
Yes, Council, for the initial agreed amount of NGOs that was identified spaces.
It was complied with for, just repeat that answer, please. I didn't follow it.
It was complied for with the initial agreed amount of spaces that was allocated. That was during the inspection. It was compliant.
Okay. So what is the agreed amount of spaces?
If we can go back to any NGOX that was visited during the formal inspection with the engineers and myself, and it was found that NGOX was supposed to allocate 10 spaces or 20 spaces. That was in place.
If I may, Ms. Jacobus, I'm getting lost as we continue. We understand that there was a prior inspection, but this question is specifically in relation to the placement at the time of the transfers. Am I not correct, Ms. Hassim?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes.
Whether these.
Let's talk about at the time of the discharge of the mental health care users from Life Esidimeni to the NGOs. That is what you are concerned with.
Yes, I'm getting to that, and I need to explain. When the formal inspections were done and bed spaces were identified for NGOX, 20 for this one, 10, etc., it was compliant. But when the placements were done, it was a different ballgame.
So it was not complied with?
It wasn't compliant with the placement at that time.
Thank you.
Because more patients were placed in certain NGOs.
More patients were placed in NGOs than they could cope with. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Yes.
If you just scroll down a little further, there's outings. Every user is to be taken out, at least 4 planned appropriate outings a year. In your knowledge of these NGOs, were they in a position to be able to do that?
I cannot say that for certain, because remember, when we identified the NGOs and come up with a placement, it was done in a very, very hasty time. There wasn't proper discussion to discuss the whole document per se. We were looking at specific urgent things like the accompanying documentation that we've done the first time to assist them to get that in place.
Okay, so this document was not complied with, isn't that so?
No, not, yes.
In other words, you didn't have this document as a checklist so that you could ensure that all of these requirements that are requirements under the Mental Health Care Act, you didn't follow this list.
I followed the list, but not per se. Not each and every point.
You complied
and
with
no
some
formal document.
Come again?
Excuse me.
You followed the list,
but not as it stated per point on the
so
document.
It means you didn't follow the checklist.
Yes, I didn't have a checklist.
Continue, Ms. Hassim.
Did any of the NGOs comply with the requirements that are set out in this form?
Just to rephrase your question.
Did any of the NGOs comply with these requirements? All of them.
I have to re-answer that again. We were only looking at the administrative part of that document and not to say the caring part, and at the facility itself. And the kitchen, let's say if we take the kitchen, what type of food they have. When I realized, and then Dr. Malamela arranged with Rabafeni to supply all these NGOs with food, and they were stuck up with food. That was in...
Yes, we understand all that. We understand. So I'm sorry to interject.
Wasn't followed.
I'm sorry to interject, Mrs. Jacobus. The question is, did any of the NGOs comply with the requirements set out in this document?
Is it in the whole document?
Yes.
In terms of starting? No, we didn't look at that. As I've said, we just looked at certain things within the NGO, not the whole document.
And did you know that, but you did know that these requirements that had to be in place in order to license the NGOs, correct?
Before, yes, yes, Council.
And you know that if they're not in place, then it was a contravention of the law.
They wouldn't have been licensed.
And you knew that patients would be sent to those NGOs, correct?
Yes, Council.
And you knew that they were mental health care users.
Yes.
Did you think that they would receive proper care at those NGOs?
I would say yes, Council. Most of them, because most of the new NGOs, what I've done was to identify the ones that has registered nursing, psychiatric nursing qualification that wanted to open. And those was the one that I've chosen to open up.
Mr.
I see you're puzzled. In terms of opening up the new NGOs, you asked whether they would be compliant to look after the patients.
Yes.
And at the time of the project, though that the procedure and the form wasn't followed, in terms of identification of NGO managers, I discussed with Dr. Namela and says I've seen a few of the registered nurses that also wants to open. We're going to take those people to start up so that they will be able to get things quicker in place. And hence the El Shaddai, Rabafeni, Ubuntu, Ubutle, there was quite a few of them that had registered people.
I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's answering your question, but the thing that you answer, I can just not say yes or no.
Well, you've agreed. Let me start again. You agreed that these requirements are essential before you can license an NGO, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed that they were not complied with.
Yes.
And you agreed that mental health care users would be sent to these NGOs.
Yes, I did.
And in the light of the non-compliance with all of these requirements, do you agree that they would receive substandard care?
I don't know how to answer that, Council, because yes, maybe some of them, but not all of them, because as I've said, I try to identify registered psychiatric post nurses that would render, that will manage these NGOs. So I cannot say they will receive substandard care.
But if
they know what the requirements are.
But if you follow the line of questioning of Ms. Hassim,
yes, I did.
According to me, that requirement that you are talking about now, it was not the only requirement, especially taking into account this very particular document.
Yes, my lady.
You agree?
Yes, I've said we didn't follow. Remember, I didn't use the document and the checklist, but I scrutinized the more important things to look at and to prepare these people to get documents in place.
Okay, all right.
And you see, so I can't just say yes or no.
Mm-hmm. Well, but your testimony is not consistent, because when we began going through this list, I asked, was this there? You said no. Were these documents in place? You said no.
No,
Are you now
it wasn't in place. Yes. Okay. It was only at a later stage.
Right. But the important point is that the NGOs were licensed nevertheless. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Yes.
Without those documents.
Without, not just the documents, they were without food in some cases, without blankets, without linen. You've already testified that that was the problem.
No, Councillor, I disagree on what you are saying now.
Explain?
What I said was, during our last formal inspection with the engineers, we identified NGO X, Y, and Z with a particular amount of bed spaces. And those NGOs was in place. They had the beds, they had the food, they had the personnel, everything was in place. When comes the down referral of the Life Esidimeni users, more patients was placed at NGOs than what was that was given through. Like NGO X, instead of sending 10 patients down, they've sent 20 down. So then it wasn't ready.
Okay, so
let
me give you an example. I'll give you an example, and I will be specific with you. Did Precious Angels meet the requirements?
For the number of beds that they were supposed to have, they were licensed, they were supposed to have 20 beds initially.
Did
only
they meet
20.
the requirements in this document?
For the requirements, the administrative requirements or the food requirement?
All of the requirements that I've referred to in this document, because all of these requirements are the basic requirements in order to get a license.
Council, not all, even the other document, the other NGOs, all of them, they did not have all the requirements on that document.
Thank you. Do you recall in the arbitration that Dr. Manamela said that she relied upon you to confirm that the conditions of the NGOs were adequate and in compliance with the requirements of the law?
Yes, I do.
So did you confirm to Dr. Manamela that all was in compliance with these NGOs?
I didn't confirm that with her that it wasn't compliant. I confirmed with her that things are not in place and that we need more time.
So you specifically informed Dr. Manamela that the NGOs were not ready to be licensed?
Yes.
And of course, if they're not ready to be licensed, then they cannot take mental health care users, correct?
Yes.
Now, in respect of the new NGOs, you've testified that the initial plan was to renovate old wards of hospitals to house the NGOs.
Yes.
Do you know whose plan that was?
It came from Dr. Manamela.
Dr.
Manamela. Yes, it was discussed in the meeting, yes.
And you visited the hospitals, correct?
Yes, yes.
And were in need of renovation.
Yes, Council.
But in fact, as we saw in your statement, they had been earmarked for demolition, those wards. Is that not so, at Calafong?
At Calafong, yes, Council.
So they couldn't be renovated to house new NGOs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if I can then take you to page 20647.
Page
20647.
Return the page.
My lady, at the top tab of the screen, you'll see Home, Find, View. If you click on View, you can hit Rotate Right, and it will straighten the page. Mr. Quibus, do you see that these are minutes of a meeting held on 21st September 2015?
Yes, Council.
And it was at Risick Street. It was a Men's Directorate meeting.
Yes.
Do you recall the meeting?
Yes.
And if you just scroll down this these minutes, you will see at page 20648 an item, an agenda item that says concerns raised.
Yes.
Do you see that it says it lists the concerns.
Yes.
And the first bullet point says that it says NGOs does not have the same level of experience and expertise that staff from Life Esidimeni has. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
And it says that another concern, I mean, there are concerns about Life Esidimeni wanting to know where patients will be discharged to. Life Esidimeni claimed that 60% of the patients are undischargeable. And then the next bullet says the team felt that they needed leadership support. So this is the mental health directorate.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
They felt they needed leadership support to tackle these issues properly. Am I right?
Yes.
And then if you turn over the page, the second bullet says the team wanted clarity. If March 31 deadline is not reached, what is going to happen to the patients? As Life Esidimeni will no longer rendering the services.
Yes.
No longer be rendering the services. So these concerns were raised already in September 2015.
Yes.
And who, when the team expresses that they need support from leadership, who in leadership would provide that support?
We were discussing with Dr. Namela, the senior members' leadership, because she would normally explain that she has meetings with senior members. So the team wanted some support from leadership.
But who, can you give me names? Who makes up leadership?
I cannot say definite, but it's the HOD, some chief directors, the DDG, I think up to there. I'm not sure whether the MEC is part of leadership, but what I understand is from the HOD and his team, some senior members in the DDG.
Thank you. And did you get the support that you required?
Not directly in a meeting procedure, but only feedback that Dr. Manamela gave us.
So did you share these concerns that I referred to in this meeting?
Yes, yes, definitely we did.
And do you feel that the concerns were being addressed with you?
We didn't feel that our concerns was addressed because the answer that Dr. Manela will give us is that, as pointed out previously, it has to be done and it's unusual circumstances and we need to exercise this in a specific time period.
Just to stay on the theme of concerns, can you please go to page 31811? See that this is a meeting of 23 November 2015.
Yes.
Also in Rissick Street.
Yes.
Were you present at this meeting?
I cannot recall whether I was present because the meetings for the project was attended by senior management.
In the minutes of the meeting, it says
yes.
Present as per register.
Yes.
So I can take you to the register very quickly and then we'll return to these minutes. The register is at page 20661. Are you there?
No, I'm not there. Mm.
20661.
Yes, I see it, Council.
And do you see it says life project termination meeting? That's the heading.
Yes.
And the date is 23 November 2015.
Yes.
And then it's followed by a register of names and contact details and signatures.
Yes.
And on the next page, if you continue down the list, right at the bottom, is that your...
Yeah, I see my name there.
Yes. Where is the name? My lady, it's
Right
the very last entry on that page, 20662.
20662. Let me see. Oh, yes. Okay. The handwriting. Oh, yes, it is. All right.
Yes. Okay. So can we go back now to the minutes of the meeting?
Yes.
That was on page 31811. Okay, are you there?
Yes, Council.
Okay. On the second page of those minutes, Mrs. Jacobus.
Yes.
There's a report from the clinical team. Do you see that?
I hope you're looking at your time, Ms. Azim.
Thank you for warning me, my lady. If I may finish with this aspect and then
That's fine. Yes.
I'll end for the day, but I wouldn't finish my questioning today.
All right, that's fine. Continue.
There's on the second page, there's a report from the clinical team.
Yes.
And the following is stated by a Professor Musa. He says that indicated that the date of termination is not possible.
Yes.
So just remember, this is 23 November 2015.
Mm-hmm.
It says the date of termination is not possible. If we don't know what we are dealing with, we cannot plan. We need to get demographics of all people at Life Esidimeni, and this requires an audit at Life Esidimeni. The next bullet says clear understanding of NGO's status. The next bullet says there's a need to have daycare centers which will assist in facility relapses and future planning for NGOs. Complete audit of all existing NGOs. Understanding of planned new NGOs. And Prof. Musa asked, when will they, I think, take patients? Next, some of the users are forensic users. Audit tool for Life Esidimeni and NGOs was sent to MHD, which I think is Mental Health Directorate. Dr. T. Madigwe, NGOs do not have expertise of managing this users. And so on. Do you see that list of concerns?
I've seen.
Did you share those concerns?
Yes, Council.
Did you raise these concerns with anyone?
Yes, with Dr. Manamela during our meetings. We've discussed it with her.
And what was Dr. Manamela's response to your concerns?
During our meeting, she has told us that the mandate has been given and the plan needs to be carried out and it's unusual circumstances.
Okay, can you turn over the page, please? One, two, three, four, the fifth bullet. The fourth and fifth bullet. Again, it's all about the NGOs. Dr. Manamela says that there's a list for NGOs. Then it says here, Professor Musa requested that the details of the NGOs be forwarded to the team.
And the next bullet says, explained the question of deinstitutionalization. He explained that long-term care needs to be provided by the hospitals. But deinstitutionalization is important, and community mental health needs to be strengthened and improved.
Yes.
So would you agree that the concern that was being raised is that in order to move mental health care users into community-based facilities like NGOs, that they first have to be in place and they have to be strengthened and have the capacity to care for mental health care users? Do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
And was this in place at the time that the users were discharged from Life Esidimeni?
No, Council.
But they were discharged anyway, isn't that so?
Yes, Council.
Thank you. My lady, I've got quite a long list still to go, but I think this would be an appropriate time for me to pause.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Provost.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobus. You are warned as before. I think you have now been following the proceedings. You understand. You are warned that you need not discuss your evidence with anybody else.
Yes.
Then you will come back tomorrow to proceed with further cross-examination. Thank you. The proceedings are therefore adjourned until tomorrow morning. I see Mr. Profi, you want to tell us something?
Yeah, my lady, am I audible?
Yes, you are, but I can't see you. Just say what you want to say.
I apologize for delaying the conclusion of today's sitting. I just wanted to advise the court that with great disappointment, I am no longer on brief in respect of Esidimeni Inquest and represented by Patricia Mbasha. So today will be my last day.
Where is your client?
I did ask the attorney to ensure that when I advise the court that both of them are online. If that's not possible, that she then attend roll call.
Let them ensure that her details are forwarded to either the evidence leader or my registrar so that she can be invited to the proceedings. She must ensure that she's present so that she can inform the court as to what her intentions are going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. She does have the link as she usually does follow, but
yes,
I will
let her be advised to continue following the joining the proceedings so that the court can hear what her intentions are.
As the court pleases, I will ensure that that's done.
Thank you very much. On that note, the proceedings are adjourned until tomorrow morning, that is the 19th of January 2022. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
May it please
the court, my lady.